Hello everyone and welcome to beautiful Biel, Vienna, in the heart of Switzerland where the summer is booming. We are live for the 59th International Biel Chess Festival, which unites together 15 tournaments. By the way, today we're also having a youth tournament. We have a lot of guests, we have a lot of the childs who are watching here our broadcast, but we are here mostly for the Grandmaster Triathlon, because this is the main event of the Biel Chess Festival where the best of the best gather together to fight it over the different time formats, Blitz, Rapid, Classical, and we have a final round of the Classical round robin, and most likely we are going to see for the last time in Classical all 12 players are going to be your host for today. My name is Angelika Valkova and I'm happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Nations. Arturs, exciting final round. How are you doing?
Hey, Angelica, and of course everybody else who is watching. I think it's going to be yet another amazing day ahead of us, because today is the last round of the the tournament, this triathlon, Classical, Rapid, and Blitz. As you mentioned, different scoring system and everything. There's no such tournament like Biel Chess Festival all over the world, and we are following it live. It feels already that the critical stage of the event is approaching, and I have a feeling that today is going to be a huge day.
Absolutely, because players who still have chances in the Classical have to try to strike, to climb to the leaderboard, to the top of it. Let's take a look at the current standings, because we will see for whom this round is the most critical. In the Generations Challenge, we see a clear leader with 3.5 points extra to the second place. It's Václav Finek, 19 points. Marco Matera is 15.5, Xiao Tong 13 points, still in the striking distance. But for Alexandra Kostniuk with the 10 points, Carissa Yup 8.5 and Vaishali 5 points. It's going to be very crucial to try to stay in the game, because tomorrow will be Blitz, after which everything will be decided. And let's calculate Arturs in Generations Challenge. We have Alexandra 10 points, it's 9 points below the first place. According to the rules, you are going through the final phase, top 4 participants, only if you are in the reaching distance to the third place. It means 12 points, so she can still be in those finals. What is your thought about the Generations Challenge?
Well, we still have today's game, of course, which is awarding the players 4 points, and then there's tomorrow's Blitz tournament, 10 more points to grab. Everything could rapidly change, but yeah, we might have such a situation when indeed the top 3 are going to qualify. Maybe the 4th place is not going to make it. But if we talk about the Masters tournament, as you can see, it's all about right now Levona, Roni, and Lim Le, who, by the way, is the 3-time winner of the Biel Chess Festival. They share the lead together with 15 points. Aydin Suleimanli, the young Azerbaijani player, is only 3 points behind for Yezer Domosh, Matthias Blubaum, and Jose Martinez. They really need those 4 points they can get today.
This is crazy how close the 4th, 5th, and 6th place are. Everyone is going to fight for that 4th place in the bottom of the leaderboard, just to try to get in the last train, last ticket to the finals of the Grandmaster Triathlon, the Biel Chess Festival. So let's see which pairings we're going to have for the final Classical round robin round today. In the Masters, it's Matthias Blubaum who is taking on Levon Ronen with white pieces. As we saw, Matthias in the bottom of the leaderboard. Levon is leading the tournament together with Lemle. So it means for Matthias a huge chance today to try to strike, get those 4 points and get higher in the leaderboard. For Yezer Dogmush against Jose Martinez, well, Jose will have to try. Jose is also sharing the last spot with Matthias, so it's definitely a very important match for him. And Limle, the current leader and also 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon champion, facing Aydin Suleimanli. For Aydin, it would be great to score some points to still stay in the top 3 of the leaderboard, but anything can happen here.
Absolutely, yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for him, I think, to win with the black color, especially when Lim Lane is in great shape. If we go now to the Generation Challengers tournament, as you can see, Carissa Yip is taking on Václav Finek, the tournament leader. Maybe this is the last chance for the American player to get those 4 points and still remain in the contention. Alexandra Kostniuk is going to take on Xiao Tong. Obviously, another huge matchup here. And Vaishali, the current World Championship challenger, is going to play Marco Materia, again, one of the players in the leading group. No boring matches today, at least I hope so. So let's see where the action is going to take us.
You know, Arturs, I really hope that, the bottom of the leaderboard will score today, so we have more action, more tight matches, and that tomorrow Blitz will decide who is going to the finals. By the way, here is our beautiful stage. As you can see, players are getting on the boards. Alexander Kosniuk is already ready to face Xiao Tang, Chinese Grandmaster. We have also other tournaments in the playing hall, MTO, ETO, so many people. Here we have also some chess-based India media. People are also getting seated in the open events. Everyone is super excited for today's battles.
And this is the huge hall at Biel Congress Center, second floor. The temperature there is pretty cool. By the way, obviously in Biel we have had a pretty big heat wave, like it's all over the Europe, also in the United States of America, plus 30 degrees Celsius, pretty much non-stop. I think we had some thunderstorms a couple of days ago, some rain, but ultimately it's pretty hot as it's supposed to be in July. Here we see the players in the game between Lim Lei versus Adinso Lemanli are not there yet. And as I heard, there are going to be some special guests to make the first moves.
Absolutely, we'll have first moves to be made, so that's why we're also super excited. Once we have the players on the board and guests, we will talk more about it. And meanwhile, the players are slowly approaching. One more time, we have today also, in the morning, there was a Fisher random freestyle chess tournament. There have currently ongoing youth tournament with so many kids in the playing hall. Also a great opportunity for them to visit the big playing hall and check out on those top players. Marco Materia, by the way, here is sitting. Yesterday he had a huge chance to score a victory against Alexander Kosniuk. He didn't manage to do so, but today he's taking on Vaishali, who is in the bottom of the leaderboard. And yesterday she lost her game, so it will be a tough one for her. But I really hope that Vaishali scores those 4 points, that she's trying to get higher and higher in the leaderboard. And everything will be decided tomorrow. Vaishali is at the board, by the way.
There she arrives at the board. By the way, it's also pretty common for the Masters and Generation Challengers tournament that players arrive at the last minute. As you can see, the round is about to start in 2 minutes and several seconds. Everybody is getting seated, getting their hydration drinks, obviously. Here we see the top Mexican Grandmaster Jose Martinez Alcantara getting ready for the game with the black color against Yezer Domush. For Martinez, I think it's been a bit difficult so far to get in the rhythm. Actually, I would love to get him here for an interview at some point and hear how is his experience in Biel so far, because for several players, I mean, actually for most of the players, it's their first experience here in Biel, including Matthias Bluba.
And we have Matthias also getting seated, getting ready. A couple of years ago, it was Vincent Keimer who was here at the tournament, also representing Germany, the neighboring country to Switzerland. And we can see that Matthias is picking up on that tradition and coming to Biel. That's very amazing. And also we have, as you're mentioning, now Aydin Suleimanli representing Azerbaijan, the last entrance to the Biel Chess Festival. Literally 2 days before the start of the tournament, it was announced that he's going to play, and it's exciting to see him fighting so well. He was very convincing in the Chess 960 in the Rapid, and he's doing pretty well, and we might see him also in the finals. Currently, he's in top 3.
Yeah, I think he has pretty good chances. I'm not really sure if he will be going for a lot of risks today. And I think that mostly players right now are focused on getting to the top 4. So this is the tournament format. Once again, we briefly touched it at the very beginning. After today's classical round 5, tomorrow they will be facing each other in a double round-robin blitz tournament. So in classical tournament, every victory is awarded 4 points, draw is 1.5, and obviously draw, a loss is a loss, 0 points. But in the blitz tournament, it's just 1 point for the victory, half a point for draw, and 0 for loss. And then at the very end, the top 4 players qualify for the so-called final stage.
And I think we're having first move being played on the board of Yezer Dogmush versus Jose Martinez. It is made by Andreas Felsel, who is the founder and CEO of Orash, the watches which players were also wearing during some of their battles, and the company which also is giving the watch for the winner of the Masters tournament. And I think Arthurs for you is also not a very unknown company, since you're also wearing some nice watch here.
Indeed, and there's another first move. Here we see D4 played between Matthias Blum against Levon Aronian.
It is played by Sven Nopes, who is a main organizer of the Grenke Chess Open, and also there is a Freestyle Grenke Open, and yeah, he's making first moves. Also represented from the Chess Tigers shop from Germany.
And the players are slowly getting ready. Obviously, this is pretty special moment for the special guest. Another first move.
Third first move by Marina Nopes, who is the wife of Sven Nopes and also one of the faces behind the initiative of the Chess Tigers shop in Germany, and as well as also organization of the Grenke Chess Open Chess Festival. So we have three first moves out of 6 games. Very exciting. Would you love to also make a first move?
Maybe the
Artur?
last move.
The last move,
There you
yeah?
go, checkmate on the board. But jokes aside, the games are starting. The last round of the classical portion is on the way. By the way, d4, Matthias sticks to the same move that he was played by his guest, d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit declined, and the Slav variation we have on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And we were discussing the Slav, right? I mean, I still remember from the Rapid tournament, and you know, there have been some exchange Slav variations which were going completely crazy, and for that reason, it might look like a very calm opening. But here we go, the third move. Bishop g5. Is it some mix of the exchange Slav Trompovsky? What is happening, Arthur? What is
Well,
happening?
and Matthias immediately gets up. I think it also sends a strong
Wow.
signal. First signal is I'm here to fight. Second signal is I know you did not really expect this move, and it is some sort of a Trompovsky or the exchange Slav mixed together. It's definitely something that Black doesn't recognize, because I don't think if I have even seen this move order right here.
Yeah, I mean, big surprise, and we see that Levon is taking thought here at this moment. Pretty surprising. Artus, would you also be surprised at this moment?
Yeah, I guess so. I can maybe try to show some ideas from the Trompovsky, where if you go back to the starting move, after d4, d5, there is sometimes, I think actually, yeah, normally the Trompovsky is knight f6, of course, knight f6 on bishop g5, so this is what we understand the
Yeah.
Trompovsky variation. But there have been some high-level games. Some
It's
people...
called pseudo-Trompovsky.
The what?
Pseudo-Trompovsky.
Pseudo-Trompovsky.
So it's like seemingly Trompovsky, but without knight on f6.
Okay, so the knight is not even obliged to go to f6. Yeah, and sometimes here, Black can afford to play f6. Now, that's a move I remember. This was one of the strongest choices by Black in this position, and I think the point was if you play the sort of automatic move here, suddenly Black has a bit weird option to play knight h6, knight f5, try to eliminate your dogs with bishop, get the bishop pair, and then see what happens. So I think that if I'm Aronian here, that's my first thought process. After bishop g5, can I do the same? Can I play now f6 right here? f6, bishop h4, knight h6? Or should I do something else?
Yeah, there are many moves in this position. And by the way, I found one game which was played by Matthias Bluebaum, which continued with knight f6, but then after trade, it looked like a real Trompovsky. But of course, many other moves have been played, so altogether around 300 moves in the position. So for that reason, it's not too unknown, but definitely is coming as a surprise here.
I think this is the big idea for White. Yeah, to fix the pawn on a d4 with e3, g3, bishop g2, knight g2, knight f4, apply a lot of pressure here, so Black would have some problems with the pawn on d5, assuming that Black takes with the e-pawn. And after g takes, maybe you have some issues with the king's safety. Let's say knight c3, whatever Black does. To be honest, I'm out of the book here. e3, bishop d3, again, could be some early queen h5 stuff, and maybe Black is having a bit of issues here. That's why, of course, I think it's a very good moment here for Levon to pause. And it's also an invitation from Matthias. Matthias literally plays bishop g5, and he says, do you want to play? Come out and play. Let's do it.
Going to be exciting battle. I mean, we have seen so far Levon having all draws in the classical portion. I think this will be very exciting one to follow. For Matthias, though, he lost one of the rounds to the Limle, one of the co-leaders, and some of the matches were also quite tough for him. So I think he understands Also, considering the tournament situation, as he's now sharing the last spot in the tournament, he has to try to do something, and that's another choice. Do you think he's also using some kind of a candidate's preparation here, Artus? What would you
I
say?
don't know. No, I don't think so. I think this is some kind of one game try really, because very often players are doing like this, especially at the highest level. They're prepping one idea for one game, they give it a try, and then they try something else. And we saw this. I think it was either in this candidates, more specifically in the previous candidates, when there were several players who were trying like one idea for one game. Bishop g5, at least according to an engine, is perfectly playable choice. And Levon has to answer this question. I have a feeling, Angelica, that he is going to accept the challenge. He's going to say, I really, really do want to play.
Yeah, for sure. So while Levon is taking his time, we see that he's actually going to think for quite a while. I will let him think, and I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view and go and give it a round to the games which are else ongoing. Arthurs, what can we see in the remaining games of the Masters and Generations Challenge?
Okay, so I think I recognize all the positions. Well, almost all of them.
Yeah, one of them is a
Yeah.
bit surprising.
Yeah, top middle board, it is a classical Italian game. Well, not super exciting stuff, but this means it's going to be a longer game. That is between Erdomas versus Jose Martinez. The top right corner, we have the English opening. This is actually also my recommendation from the Black's perspective, one of my very old chessable courses. So that's Lim Le versus Aydin Soleimanli, this bishop c5 stuff. This was already pretty modern, like 5-6 years ago, and I'm very happy to see that people play it still today. Carissa Yip versus Václav Finek, lower left corner. It is the Neo Stanitz. I think we already saw Neo Stanitz played by Lim Le versus Jose Martinez Alcantara, whichever round it was, I already don't remember, in the classical tournament. And then we have Alexandra Kostanyuk versus Tan Shao. That's the lower middle board. It's a Sicilian Alapin position. Very interesting stuff. And finally, Vaishali versus Marco Materia. This is, I think, some offbeat Karakan.
Yeah, and also looking at this position in the bottom middle board as well as the bottom right corner, there are both pawns E and D pawn are absent, E for white and D for black. Could be also something similar. But let's maybe start. Oh, by the way, there was an update from the top left corner. Levon played h6, so he's accepting the challenge in the game against Matthias Blubaum. But I suggest to go to the line which you said you love really much, Lim Le against Aydin Suleimanli.
Yeah, we can do that.
And just enjoy the position. I mean, we already see that all pieces are being out to the game. So would you like to go step by step from the opening and share with us your wisdom, Arthurs?
I love how you said it. So c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. Actually, I recommend c4, e5, but it doesn't really matter. All of this is pretty normal. And when we speak about the reverse Sicilian, the English opening, it's quite amazing how the theory has moved on. Because knight f3, knight c6 these days, this is pretty much a mandatory continuation for white if white wants to play either e3 or g3. Because, like, if you would pull up the database, for example, ChessBase, which is very often what competitive players are using, the top move here is g3. So that's the most played move historically. White wants to play bishop g2, etc. But practice proves that after bishop b4, black is doing really well. And that's why professional players have discovered that it's a better idea to include knight f3, knight c6, and g3. And why is this? Because now, if black plays bishop b4, white plays knight e5, and obviously it's a very big theory, but if you take it, the difference of including knight f3 and knight c6 is that your knight on c6 now is under attack.
Yeah, and they have to also take care of where you're bringing it. So for that reason, he's not going for it.
Yeah, and he played e5. This is one of the most principal choices, bishop c5. I think it was Alexander Grishuk who brought this continuation in practice, whichever year it was. I don't remember, 2017, 2018, somewhere around that time. And the idea is that white is not yet threatening knight x on e5. There were some world-class, high-level games, like I think it was Dingleran versus Timur Rajabov, FIDE World Cup final. where I think it continued something like, let me again switch on danger because I don't remember the lines. Knight e5, knight takes on c3, bishop takes on c6, b takes on c6. I think it
Wow.
was d takes on c3, queen e7, knight d3, etc. So there's a lot of theories. I'm not going to really bore you with the details here, but the point is this is world-class stuff.
Yeah, for sure. We have it on bishop c5 as the last move and castle for white. Everything looks logical so far. Both players castle, both players know the stuff. They're still in the preparation.
And there's obviously, again, this knight e5, but I think here, Angelique, it quite doesn't work because black immediately equalizes with knight x on c3. You see this knight was hit twice, a discovered attack, and now white plays b takes on c3, knight e5, d4, bishop d6, takes, and the position is just very equal. So that's the reason why white is not taking on e5, like this is a threat which is hanging in there. Now he's thinking about some knight g5 ideas, and that's why, of course, h6, taking care of this square seems to be important, bishop d2 and knight f6. Because I remember, I think the big idea, Angelika, was that if you play knight f6 immediately, engine doesn't like it because of bishop g5,
Ooh,
bishop
knight
f6.
is incoming.
Yeah, you get some very good version of the Sicilian dragon.
You're getting some initiative here and attack. And if we know that, whenever you have the opening with reversed colors, it's getting even stronger since this would be with a extra tempo as we were playing white. For that reason, you don't want to allow it, so h6 looks like a perfect move. And now knight is stepping backwards to f6. There is no bishop g5 any longer, and this is the current position. What are the plan right now for white and for the black side?
Like we have a typical reverse Sicilian dragon from the white's perspective, but it's really a good dragon because when we talk about the classical Sicilian dragon, it's a bit dangerous because the opponent can have a direct attack against your king. Here you see against the white king, there's no direct attack. And white typically plays at the queen side. So rook c1 was just played by the Vietnamese grandmaster. Think about moves like knight a4, knight c5, maybe a3, b4, play for the pawn minority. And you try to do some stuff there. But black, I think, typically plays rook e8, bishop g4, knight e4, and tries to counter in the center.
Those are very nice ideas, but what is the point now for Aydin Süleymanli to go into the reversed dragon opening when white is having an extra tempo? What is the idea behind it?
Well, just to get a good game, I
That's good.
suppose. Yeah, because
Just to challenge Liam.
of course, like he's just playing good opening. I have played this a couple of times. Like I wrote a course on this, but I don't really have many games because people from white's perspective, they don't really play so many times the English opening. If we compare the popularity, obviously it's always e4, it's always d4. There is a minority of the players who play the Reti opening, including myself, but English opening, for some reason, is not so popular these days. And I think one of the big reasons why there are players who are feeling uncomfortable about it, it's exactly the reverse Sicilian c4, e5.
Yeah, very interesting approach. So this game is going to be something that we want to keep a closer eye on, but I suggest to move on to the remaining game in the Masters we haven't checked yet, and it's a game between the youngest 2700 in the history of chess, Jez Erdogmuş versus Jose Martinez. And here we're discussing that we have a bit calmer approach. We have an Italian. Do we?
Yeah, it's an Italian. And
Almost symmetrical, not so much. The only difference is the knight is not on c3.
yeah, that's the biggest downside for white. When you play e4, unfortunately, black can play e5. And
Unfortunately.
yeah, and I had this chance to talk with Levon about this. Was it here in the studio when he was, or we were talking it off the live stream? I already don't remember, but he said, yeah, I mean, black, of course, after e4, e5, it's really hard for black to misplay things because you could always just fight for the center, develop pieces normally. And black is incredibly solid. So the Italian game, I mean, it was always less popular than its cousin, the Real Lopez, with bishop b5, for the following reason. Because bishop b5 was, like, historically always the more popular choice. But then something happened. This was year 2000, when Vladimir Kramnik defeated Garry Kasparov in a World Championship match using the Berlin. And it turned out to be such a deadly weapon in terms of white cannot really crash through it. No matter how hard Gary tried, he couldn't do it. He lost the match ultimately. And this is one of the big reasons why nowadays the Italian game is getting more popularity, because white just says, no Berlin today.
But there are also ideas of not allowing Petrov, so not starting with knight f3, because after playing knight f3, and going for Italian, you don't allow the Berlin, but you do allow Petrov, which already happened a few times. So sometimes players are opting out for second move bishop c4, the bishop's opening. It could transpose to the Italian game, but it doesn't allow this opportunity of knight f6. But it has also its own drawbacks.
I think this happens under some conditions. So the first condition is if you suspect that your opponent is going to play the Petrov. So during the game preparation, you see, oh, this guy is playing Petrov. I have a feeling, I woke up and I have a feeling my opponent's going to play the Petrov. I'm going to play bishop c4 against you. So yeah, then this happens.
For sure against Matthias, he would like to play it.
Yeah, Matthias, yeah, he does like to play the Petrov. But here we have the classical Italian game. Yeah, so rook e1, short castle, h3. There's some nuances, but ultimately, what is white dreaming about? He wants to play knight e2, knight f1, knight g3, and at the right time to play d4. There's a lot of theory here.
Yeah, there will be a lot of remaneuvering of the pieces. It will be a bit slower game, as we can see. But yeah, Jose Martinez is taking his time. I suggest to very quickly go and take an update on the game Matthias Blubaum against Levon Aronian, because it's one of the exciting openings in this round that we are having, because Levon did go for an approach. He attacked the bishop, but then he decided to fianchetto the bishop on g7. So I just want to go through that important moment, because apparently what he played is not in the database of the top games.
Yeah, so he played h6, bishop h4, and you would think that he's going to play g5 and bishop g7, but no, he played g6, which engine marks as a mistake. I wouldn't be really so harsh about it.
So at this moment, there have been all kinds of move play. Queen b6, knight c6, bishop f5, knight f6, queen a5, knight e7, even g5 and a6, but not g6. According to the Masters database, there might have been also other games, but yeah, g6 apparently could be a novelty here.
Yeah, maybe. It's already pretty rare continuation. But in case your viewers are wondering why h6 and then g6, why not g6 immediately? I think that what Levon is trying to say here, that at least this bishop is a bit further away from the queen side. So with a bishop on g5, let's say black would play g6, bishop g7, queen b6 at some point. This bishop is ready to guard some squares at queen side. But now with the bishop at h4, it feels it's a bit further away from the action. So from the Armenian Grandmaster's perspective, his move looks reasonable. e3, knight f6, bishop d3 here. And Matthias is playing the position like the Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. Basically the same moves. Yeah, bishop g5, knight c3, bishop d3, and perhaps even knight g2. We are going to see.
I'm now wondering this, because I myself, I do play 1d4, and I really like to play exchange Slav. Don't blame me, but I really love it. And knowing the positions of the exchange Slav, of course I put the bishop on f4, it's a bit different story, but as far as I know, fianchetto of the bishop on g7 shouldn't be such a great idea for black, because then the bishop apparently is just looking at the d4 pawn, which is fully defended. So I'm wondering what could be an idea for Levon. Why is he fianchettoing the bishop there? Maybe he wants to break through with the e5 at some moment, so knight c6, e5, using the fact that the bishop is not covering those squares. Because usually, how I play it, I have a bishop on f4. For that reason, the e5 break is not so possible.
I think you could be right. He might be thinking about this, but mostly I think Aronian just wanted to get his opponent out of the prep. So he's thinking, okay, what can I invent in this position? So how about h6, g6? Probably that's the move that Matthias is not going to recognize. And judging by the spent amount of time that Matthias has done in this game, already 9 minutes, I think he has succeeded. We see the evaluation bar. It says that white is better, but the position is pretty closed, so I wouldn't really worry about this. I do like Matthias's position here. I think he's doing a wonderful job. And here we see Levon in a deep thing, trying to figure out does he even like his position?
And he's having some tea, drinking some tea. We've seen him probably, I think, most of the times when he's playing his game, enjoying the tea, and yeah, looking forward for that game. By the way, Artus, what's your favorite tea? I think I have a guess.
I'm actually drinking right now peppermint tea, so thank you for the question. But yeah, so Levon is in the tea camp apparently.
Tea camp. Yeah. Coffee or tea, Artus?
Mostly coffee.
So tea. I'm a tea person.
All right.
Anyway, let's head to the bird's eye view and see what else is going on, because in Generations Challenge, there are quite some interesting opening ideas that we can see, and some openings which are a bit more crazy. By the way, Levon went for the castle we see in the top left board. So he's going for Finnish development. But what about Generations Challenge, Arturs? Where are we heading next?
So in the game Carissa versus Václav Finnick, this Neo-Steinitz variation in the Lopez, there was an early capture d-takes on e5 and bishop c5. I can perfectly understand why the American player did this, just to have an easier game. Alexander Kosteniuk versus Ton Shaw, that's the lower middle board. This is the Sicilian Lapin, where White has an isolated pawn on d4, but Kosteniuk, the former world champion, is hoping for some sort of an attack. I guess we are going to see it if she's going to succeed. And finally, Vaishali, the current World Championship challenger, set to face the reigning World Champion Ju Jun later this year. She's playing with the white color on the lower left corner versus Marco Materia, one of the leading players of the group. And here she just played Queen G3. All the games look pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, some crazy openings. I suggest to go with the American player, international master, and four-time US champion Carissa Yup facing Václav Finnick, the leader of the tournament. He's international master, but soon to be a grandmaster, fulfilling all their requirements.
By the way, the last move that she played, it comes with a direct threat. Take on c6. You see? So if I had a move, let's say black would make some random move and not be accurate. I want to take on c6. You could take with knight, you drop the rook. You could take with the bishop. I take on d8, I collect the knight. And that's why pretty much after bishop takes on c6, black would have to play b takes on c6, ruin the pawn structure, give up the c5 square for the white bishop, and ultimately have a worse position. That's why here I think that black has to react, and my money would be on the move rook e8. But I think it's a good idea we go back to the starting moves, right?
Let's go and see how it all started. So it was Philidor or Pierce? Or whoa, no, it was Rui Lopez.
The Neo-Steinitz, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
The Neo-Steinitz, yeah. So it's getting some popularity these days. Again, it used to be, like, originally, if we go back historically, if I remember history correctly, this was the main move many years ago, yeah, when black thought that after bishop b5, and we're talking about 1800s, yeah, 1900s years, I think maybe 1900 something. No, 1800, whatever. Then the word was that d6 is the main move here in this position. Yeah, that the pawn on e5 is under attack.
You
and
have to defend it.
You have to defend it, yeah. But obviously, theory has evolved ever since, and now a6 is by far the main continuation. But the same idea, d6. And now the difference is that in some lines, black can use this opportunity to play b5, knight a5 to trap the bishop. That's why this a6, bishop a4, it kind of favors black.
Yeah, and now you have to decide what do you do. Do you play a3 or c3 with white? Because you need to get a space for the last square bishop. You don't want to give it up for black.
Yeah, so first white played short castle. I think here, by the way, immediately b5 and knight a5 is going to be a bit risky. Not like black is going to be losing, but there could be some issues with d4, and black is a bit...
Lack of a development.
Yeah, black is doing who knows what. So bishop d7, c3, what is prepping d4, g6, not like g5, how Limle played against Jose Martinez Alcantara.
Not so ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, g6 is solid, yeah?
Yeah, definitely looks
Here, h3, here, bishop e3, here, and d takes on e5. Okay, this is not mandatory. Personally, I like myself being a bit more flexible with the ideas. Play knight e2, play rook e1, rook c1, and keep the tension in the center. But I can understand Carissa's choice. Like, you want to clarify things in the center. I think d takes on e5 also makes sense to have some presence of the pawns, and that's the position.
Yeah, bishop c5. Now a big threat in the position is bishop c6, as you mentioned earlier, Arturs. We've been talking about this. Now black has to fix it. One of the ideas is attack the bishop with something like b5. The other idea is to remove the rook to e8 and going out of the pin.
Yeah, like b5 could be a move. I think rook e8 is definitely a possibility as well. I don't think there's b6 because, again, of bishop takes on c6, and it feels that black is going to blunder something. But maybe we can check another game because I hear there's some developments.
Yeah, there is some big development in the game of Vaishali against Marco Matera. Let's go immediately there. There was some the checkmate in one threat in the position, so some attack is ongoing. So what happened? There was a bishop h6 and some repetition? What?
No. Just provoking the black knight to go to e8, then play bishop f4, protect against f6, because the queen, the bishop were directly looking at the white queen, trying to win a piece, and this is the position. I think we're going to go back now, yeah? To the opening phase.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see what happened there.
So the position is pretty complex. Yeah, black setup seemingly makes no sense. Like, the pawn on b5, the knight on e8 feel weird, but also the white king is not yet castled. Let's go. Knight c3, knight f3, the two knights variation. Okay. Takes, knight f6. Yeah, this is how I play myself.
Yeah, I was wondering how did the queen get, and now I understand, probably queen e2 was played now. I think we were discussing one of the rounds, when you play Caro-Kann, you have to be careful, because in this position you don't want to play knight b to d7. There will be a beautiful checkmate on d6. Of course.
Yeah. I mean, maybe these things can happen in some online blitz, yeah, when you pre-move.
When you pre-move some moves, yeah.
So this knight f6, by the way, the Tarto cover setup of the Caro-Kann, I think the word is also the trend these days that black is really good here. He's doing fantastic. Maybe some chess fans are looking at this, they're like, oh, it's a double pawn, it's bad, I'm going to lose in the pawn endgame. But actually, black gets a very healthy development, and practice proves that black has a lot of dynamic chances here.
I used to play this with black, so I really love it, and I had some good results as well.
It's pretty good. So white plays queen e2. The point is, white wants to take on f6 and not allow you to take with e-pawn. That's the big idea.
Yeah, so now that would be logical to defend with a knight, but of course you have to watch out for the checkmate. For that reason, first straight and then knight d7, and now bishop c4.
And Vaishali sacrifices the queen, and she plays knight e5, and threatens bishop takes on f7, but all of this is theory.
Oh no, my queen! Oh no, my queen! Let's make it. Let's make it on the board. Let's take the queen.
Yeah.
Oopsie, the checkmate.
Yeah, that's a mate.
But it's a good trick for our viewers who don't know it.
Yeah, so the big idea is that white provokes black to play e6 so that his bishop doesn't come out.
And now queen has to step away, queen f4.
Yeah, queen f4, queen e2 is the other move here. I think this is how I've played with both colors. So queen f4, b5, another trick here. After knight takes on c6, black plays queen b6. Your pieces are hanging. And by the way, this sequence also is possible here. Queen e2, b5, black does it anyway. Knight takes on c6, and what was the line here? I think it was queen b6, and this was somehow really dangerous for white.
It reminds some kind of right lever attack where you're taking all the pawns on the queen
and then you
side
suffer, yeah?
and suffer, yeah.
Exactly, and then you suffer. So white cannot really do this. Queen f4, b5, the pawn on c6 is taboo, you cannot take it. Bishop e2 looks logical, you want to attack the weakness. Black played here, d4, fight for the center, looks sensible. Bishop d6, queen g3, attack the pawn, looks sensible. Bishop h6, knight e8, bishop f4. I think so far they're just playing really good stuff, and apparently the Frenchman is a bit out of the book, because look at the clock, Angelica.
Wow, 1.5 hours right now for Marco, while Vaishali spent around 4 minutes right now. And this last move, the sequence of the moves, I really love it. Playing bishop h6, first provoking knight to go back, and then developing it to f4. This would be, you would like to develop the bishop to f4, but after knight goes to d5, there are some issues. So for that reason, you first include the bishop h6, threatening a checkmate, and then bring the bishop to f4. Very smart by Vaishali, and apparently still in the preparation. And as we see, the computer highlights as a great moves. It means that's like one of the only moves in the position which are holding the advantage. But both of them are playing right now the best moves. What is the continuation now here for Marco? What will happen if he goes with a knight f6? Let's say he says, I'm okay with repeating.
I don't think that Vaishali is going to repeat the position
No, she will
because
not.
you know the difference is now with the bishop h6, bishop f4, you have gained the tempo. Maybe it's a move. Knight e5 could be a threat, but now White can probably try to do something else, which is, to be honest, I don't know what really. So what is it? Is it some bishop f3?
You have to watch out for knight d5. For that reason, you have to be ready for it. So now after knight goes to d5, do you want to take it?
That was the idea. I wanted to keep my dogs for bishop here. Like takes, maybe it's not good, I don't know. Like I wanted to get a position where I have the knight versus this bad bishop. Let me show you the idea. Like maybe it's a silly idea, but that's my idea. So I wanted to get something like this.
Yeah, that would be really great because the position in center is closed. The bishop is not active at all. It's been restricted by its own pawns on e6, b5. And knight is just free to jump wherever it wants on c5 ideal square. Would be good, ideally, in the ideal world, but Marco Materia will not allow it so easily. So for that reason, maybe after knight f6, can we already see some trades of the bishops in this position? Would White want to trade the dark squared bishop?
Oh wait, Angelique, there's also another move I just noticed.
Knight g6.
Oh, it doesn't work. There's rook d8. Okay, it doesn't work. Because my idea was to take. I'm missing some check again. Sorry, I'm bad.
Oh,
Like I wanted to get this position, yeah, where I thought.
ideally.
Again, I thought I have some advantage, but my beautiful ideas, they beautifully fail.
But why not to play knight d3? You don't have to have a fancy move knight g6 in this position, but knight d3. I'm offering a trade of the bishops, the same, your idea, but without any sacrifices.
Yes. This is a valid point you're bringing up, Angelica. Yes, of course, it's 93. Makes perfect sense. You're fighting for the weekend squares, 93. You still get to that position. No fancy stuff. Knight g6, I love it. And maybe this is also the reason why the young Frenchman is not playing knight f6, really.
So he has to be ready for the trade of the bishop. What could be another idea if not returning with a knight to f6? Is it c5 break?
I was thinking about it, yeah, but then you open up the position and your knight to d8 feels weird. How about I take it, queen takes on c5, and place into like a long castle? It feels a bit suspicious for black, like he's a bit underdeveloped. As you can see, white is better developed, no risk, maybe even some retreats with the knight. Let's say you play f6.
Maybe now some knight g6. No, knight g6 is not possible. No.
Or just knight e3, your idea. Takes and whatever, queen f4, knight f4, but even here it's immediately visible that what is better, yeah, because you're just having well-positioned pieces. That's a weakness. The knight on e8 is weird. The bishop is underdeveloped. So Marco is thinking, and he's trying to figure out how to get the game. Is it c5? Is it f6? But I think we simply have to move on and check another game.
Agree, but I already love this position because for Vaishali, it's so important to get chances in this final classical game in the round robin where all of 12 of the players are participating. But let's move on to the last game we haven't checked yet. It's Alexandra Kostyniuk against Tong Xiao, the women's former world champion, against the grandmaster from China on his one of the very first top round robin closed tournament. And what do we have here? It was Lapin.
Yeah. The Cecilia de Lapin, which for some reason it's not that popular these days, but some world-class players, especially from India, by the way, they really like this choice. So e4, c5, c3, that's the so-called clean Sicilian Lapin. Some players like to play knight f3 first. Let's say you play e6. Now I play the delayed Sicilian Lapin with some differences, but this is, yeah, like one of the big ideas to play d4 and have a center.
Yes, you're creating the center very nicely. And now after knight f6, provoking the e5 idea. And Alexandra is going for it.
This is one of the main continuations, naturally. Instead of knight f6, black can also play d5. Knight f6 is more like a solid choice. e5, knight e5. I think d4, black has no problems here. The word is after d4, c takes on d4, queen d4, black easily equalizes with e6 and d6. If you play c takes on d4, there's this very trendy line to play early d6, knight f3, d takes, knight c6, bishop c4, knight b4, and black ultimately is fired. I mean, I know this because I have played this with black. many, many times. And that's why this bishop c4, the so-called delayed again variation, keeping d4 in there, this is where white is trying to have some advantage.
Yeah, you're bringing out the pieces, targeting the knight. Now, where does the knight go, or do you play e6 in the position? No, knight b6 makes a lot of sense. Just attacking.
Yeah, e6 is also a move, of course, yeah.
But yeah, knight b6 was played by Tong Xiao, stepping away. And now d6, so black doesn't want to have that nice pawn on e5. And white, of course, cannot really defend it, so has to give it up.
There's many moves. The big idea is that black really would love to play c4 and fix this weakness on d3, but for example, if you do this at the wrong moment, white's going to play knight a3, white's going to play b3. I think already in this tournament, Vaishali against either Marco Materio or Václav Fidek. This was the rapid game. Yeah, one of the youngsters. She played like this. She got a beautiful position because if you eliminate the pawn on c4, you get to play d4, c4, and you grab the center.
And eventually it reminds me now the pawn structure that we have in the game Vaishali against Marco Materia, because there they also no e-pawn for white. There is no pawn, no d-pawn for black. But the difference is that black has this opportunity to stop d4 push for white, and that's why white has to try to eliminate that c-pawn.
Right. Yeah, so there's a very big fight, obviously, for the center right here. Also, knight e2. I think it's directed against the bishop g4 move, so that there's no pin here. Makes perfect sense. Knight c6, now comes d4, c takes, white willingly creates an isolated pawn on d4, but claims that maybe in the long run I'm going to have some attack. Bishop e6 is also a very common move for the Alapin, trade the light square bishops, because let's say black plays e6, knight c3, bishop e7, in the long run, white might build up a battery of the queen and the bishop to go for the attack, and that's why black very often, he trades the bishop on e6, not allowing to give this attacking chance for white at some point later.
Are we transposing in some kind of Queen's Gambit accepted? But okay, in that variation that you showed here, of course, it is not. It's not going to happen. But yeah, we have IQP, one of our favorite structure of positions. We have witnessed quite some of them. And for now, black doesn't have the pawn on e6, because usually how it works that white wants to push the d5 in some right moment, and black has to try to stop it. So for that reason, I think that should be a plan for Tong Xiao, try to stop the d4 pawn and highlight, this is a weakness, I want to target it.
He has to stop this in some way, because let's say if he neglects it and plays like queen d7, you have to be a bit careful about d5. Like, white might even want to play a gambit. Let's say d5, knight b4, I'm thinking about some short castle. Let's say you accept the pawn, takes. There could be moments when black has a bit issues here, because you see he's like 1, 2, 3 tempi behind. Yeah, let's say, for example, like knight e4, e6, queen g4, and the longer your king stays in the center, the less comfortable you're feeling. Apparently not here, but you get the idea.
Yeah, for sure, there could be. So you have to always watch out for the development which white is in charge of. And now it's Tong Xiao's turn in this position. How is he going to continue? Just blockade it?
Yeah, but how, yeah?
The problem is if you play knight d5, you open up opportunities to take on d5, playing something like... actually, you cannot play knight f4 or knight c3 because the pawn is going to be under attack. So yeah, queen b3, double attack.
Yeah, this was my first choice, but maybe there's some... Are there some... who can calculate this? Knight d4, here we go. Knight e4, queen d5, knight c2. Oh, king d1 is rook d8.
King f1.
King f1. You could take on d5. There's going to be a fork. You play knight a1. I play queen d1. Try to trap the knight. Okay, Angel says it's completely winning for black, but that's because I have the engine here. Not so easy for the players, maybe.
And those are all ideas which are also going on in the player's head. They don't have evil bar. They have to evaluate everything by themselves, and it's so difficult to evaluate the position and see whenever their material advantage really matters. Because here, I think advantage in the development is truly something what white is better in. So
yeah,
knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3, knight e5 is reasonable. Maybe also knight b4. I think rook d8 is the safe move here. Long castle is a bit playing with fire because the king is not feeling safe there. And also, the mentality is quite important for both players. They should treat the pawn on d4 as not something that white's going to hold on to, but white can even sacrifice it at some point just to get some dynamic. So that's why Tonshaw, I don't think he's ever going to castle alongside. Maybe rook d8, g6, bishop g7. This plan seems to be the most reasonable to me, to be honest.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense in this position, and of course, white is ahead in the development. And I think one of the game which no, let's get an overview of the current rounds to see what has changed so far in the other games. We see there is some development in the top left corner of Matthias Blubaum. He's going for some kind of a stonewall setup. Artus, would you like to check it?
Yeah, we can do that. We could check it very quickly. Also, very, very quick overview of the other games. Do we see some major developments? There's the Italian game between Nerdomos versus Martinez. Looks pretty normal to me. Limle versus Suleimanli. The English opening, a bit slower pace. That's the top row. On the lower part, we see Carissa Yip versus Václav Finek, who just played b5, traded a couple of pieces, and he's trying to get rid of white's Dax with bishop. By the way, pretty major choice by him. We just looked at the game, Kastanyuk versus Tonshaw. That's the lower middle board. And finally, we see Vaishali versus Marco Materia, where the Frenchman did play f6. Couple of pieces have been traded, but white's position is to be preferred. But let's go. Let's go to Matthias Bluma versus Levon Aroni and then try to assess what's happening there.
Yeah, so far I think, biggest opening battle that we have here in this round, because that's German Grandmaster Matthias Blumau, who decided to go for this pseudo-Trompowski in the exchange Slav variation. And he caused some difficulties for Levon to try to find the setup, but he went for this h6, g6. But what is happening now? Matthias is going for the f4. Is he afraid of some e5 break? What does he want to do? And now h3 is the last move. Arturs, please break it down. What is going on?
I think he's playing really smart. So we go to this position where we left it after bishop d3, should castle, and as you said, Angelica. So most likely Levon's idea at some point is to play e5. And of course, here white could just play knight f3. Let's say knight f3, knight c6, should castle. Looks reasonable. But black would play maybe bishop g4, pinning the knight. Let's say you play h3, takes, and there could be a move e5. And it feels that black should be able to equalize. Let's say you take it, and queen d1, and take it, and
And we're getting IQP again.
Again, yeah, some sort of an IQP, but black, I think, ultimately with an accurate play should be all right. And that's why Matthias's choice f4, like you said, this is a stonewall. I think it's a really great stonewall because in a classical sense, the bishop should be standing here on c1. And also in the stonewall, we have the pawns on c3 versus, let's say, the pawn on c7. So white did not go the long way to put the bishop on h4. And in the Trompowski with bishop g5, playing e3, f4 to stop e5 and trying to squeeze black at the king side is a pretty common idea.
Yeah, we have here some smart choices by Matthias. He's blocking it, but at the other hand, he's allowing some ideas for black to try to occupy the e4, so some light squares, e4, c4. But for now, they're all covered pretty nicely. And something like bishop f5, you don't really want to make, right? You don't really want to trade that bishop, or is it one of the ideas which can be possible?
Yeah, that's why h3 comes into play. Because if Matthias would have played knight f3, I think Levon would have continued with bishop f5, as you said. Think about maybe the right moment. Maybe this is not the right moment. And let's say here, castles, e6, the queen walks away, puts the knight on e4, and I think ultimately black is okay. Like, he's not doing badly, but it's move h3. I think that's the move that Aronian was not very happy to see, because you see, if you now play bishop f5, I think I'm going to take it at the right moment. Maybe this is not the right moment. I want to take it. I'm going to castle the long side. Let's say queen f3, e6, long castle. And I'm going to check with you.
Yeah, just opening up the g file.
or maybe even play g4 immediately.
That's
right
an
here.
advantage which Matthias has right now in this position. He has not committed to the short side castle, so he can still choose. And looking at the queen side, there are 2 against 2, so potentially there is not any break that will going to happen, so he will be able to close that position. Not so easy, but for Levon's king, the position is a bit more trickier, so h3 has been played right now. And Levon is taking his time. What do you think is going through his head? Which moves are candidates in this position for black?
He needs to do something creative here, and if somebody can do it, I'm pretty sure it's Levon. But how do you do it? Because e5 break, it's not happening. g5 feels a bit too much. I think that white is signaling that he wants to castle the long side, but there's no guarantee. He might even play something like queen of 3, knight e2. The same knight f3 might work just fine, and right now I think Levon is just trying to figure out, I mean, in which direction does he even play? Is it e6, knight e7, knight f5? Is it some inspired counterplay at queen side? I can't tell, but to be honest, I think that Blue after the opening is definitely having the better cards.
That's for sure. And while Levon is taking his time to see how he will respond, I think it's a perfect moment for us to take our first hydration break at the Grandmaster Triathlon Tournament of the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. We have exciting battles in the final round robin of the Classical. Who is going to stay for the finals? There might be already some decisions to stay here. So stay tuned for more action from Biel. We'll come back in a few minutes. And we are back live from the heart of Switzerland, Biel, Vienna. Arthur's, the opening stage is now almost over in almost all of the games. So I suggest to take an overview what we have so far. And maybe you could make some predictions about the outcome of the games. What do you think about it, Arthurs?
Ooh, I love it. Okay, so I suppose we could try to guess how many draws are going to have today, who is going to win and who is not going to win. Maybe you're going to go first?
Well, looking at the tendency that we have at the tournament, I think there was only one time that we had 3 decisive results, only one of the rounds, and mostly just one decisive game. But I would love to have 3 decisive games today, so I would pick that, okay, we will have 3 decisive results and 3 draws. What's your
But which
approach?
ones? Which ones?
I'm going to go into that, but I thought first we're going to have our draw predictions for today, because mostly we had 5 draws and 1 decisive results.
Well, I don't know. I would maybe go the other way. I would go through every game.
Okay,
I'm going to
let's
try
go.
to say the result, and because it's very difficult for me to tell. I mean, how many games are going to be a draw? How many games will be decided? Because now we see the openings. So, okay, I'm also going to go maybe, I'm going to say 2 victories, 4 draws.
2 victories, 4 draws. Okay, now let's go game by game and predict every single game result. So we have Matthias Brubaum against Livonarinen. Looking at this position, I really love Matthias's chances in this game, and knowing that he can be dangerous. But Livonarinen is such an experienced player; it's so tough to say. I would have to tell that it will finish in a draw. What is your?
Okay, probably then I have to disagree, and I'm going to say Matthias is going to win. All right?
Okay, good. What about the next one?
You first?
No, you should be first.
No, you
now.
first.
No, you first.
Oh my goodness. All right. So that's the game of Jezer Domos versus Jose Martinez. Draw.
Okay, then I'll have to go with Yes, Herdogmush winning that game in order to disagree with you.
I mean, you don't have to disagree. We could have the same thoughts, right?
Yeah, it's okay. But the next game, Limle against Aydin Suleiman Lee, we have Liam so far leading the tournament, but I really love the position of which Aydin is having. I would put my money on Aydin here.
Draw.
Draw. Okay. Now we're moving to the Generations Challenge. Carissa Yub against Václav Finek.
I think it's going to be a draw. The position looks pretty symmetrical to me.
Okay, next one. You go first.
All right. Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Tonshao. Draw. I know it's boring prediction, but I did say 4 draws and 2 wins, yeah?
Yeah, so I will say Alexandra will win. I want to see her win, and I want to see her in the finals. And the last game, we have Vaishali Rameshbabu against Marka Materia. I see computer likes White's position, but also I really want Vaishali to win, so I predict on her. I put my money on Vaishali. And you?
I also think Vaishali is going to win.
Okay.
Yeah, because I like her position. She's doing really well so far. And even though Marco is in such a great shape here in this tournament, would be a very interesting way to stir up things. So to round up things, what I predicted, I said that Matthias Blom is going to win, and Vaishali is going to win, and everybody else is going to be a draw. What was your prediction?
And I think I had, I said like from originally 3 decisive games, but I mentioned 4. I said that Yaz is going to win, Aydin will win, Alexandra and Vaishali, and all the rest will be draw. So it's opposite
Wow.
of yours, 4 decisive and 2 draws.
All right. Okay. We're going to see. We're going to see. Good predictions right there. But now we have to choose a game which we can analyze a bit, where maybe most moves have been played, and perhaps that's the game of Erdomos versus Jose Martinez. Or
Let's
you're
go
spotting something
there.
else?
Let's go there, because I see the center is completely eliminated. Somehow Boss pushed for d4 and d5. And yeah, we see like there are no central pawns anymore in the position. But knights are very beautiful. But by the way, we have almost symmetrical position here. The only thing which is left to be played, according to the experience from the game against Levon Aronian, where Jose Martinez had the most symmetrical game played, and here he has to play rook e8. Can he do it?
Yeah, probably not.
Not yet.
I mean, it would be lovely to again have some symmetrical perfection here, but I think that white could take on e8, queen e8, take on d5, take on d5 and play bishop e3. I think this is one of the big ideas for these positions. I'm pretty sure there's also games in the database because I do recognize this. And the big idea for white is somehow in the long run, try to trade off the darks with bishops, put the knight on d4, black has a nice little pawn on d5, the bishop on c8 kind of is useless, and then white says, because of my better knight and your weak pawn on d5, I have some advantage. That's what white wants.
Will white get it? Though that's a big question. So as you're mentioning, this bishop d5 is an idea in this position, so black has to watch out. Can you play bishop? No, bishop e6, you're losing a pawn.
I think this is actually how they do play in this position. That's a good call. Because after bishop e6, if you take it, you see you open up some attack here against the pawn on f2.
Oh.
Yeah, so bishop f2,
Okay.
it's a double attack. You're dropping the pawn. But I don't recall what was even the idea of bishop e6. I think that mostly black is struggling to find a place for the bishop here. Because again, look at this. There's no g4. There's no f5. e6 is under attack, maybe not immediately, but what about two moves? And bishop d7 allows white immediately to take on d5. Again, go for the same idea. There's bishop e3, remove the knight, try to trade off the darks with bishops, and play against the pawn on d5. So from Yez's perspective, it's looking pretty good.
It definitely does. And what I can think also about is some idea to play knight g to f4. First of all, I'm defending the knight on d5, and secondly, I'll also introduce another knight. So any knight, whenever it will be taken on f4, d5, it will be recaptured by the other one. Looks like a good square. Maybe queen f6 is the idea afterwards, bringing it to the king side.
Yeah, but you got to make sure that c4 doesn't work, yeah? So the knight could be under attack. Again, I cannot immediately say that this is good or bad. I just see it's a possibility. Knight b4, bishop takes on f4.
Because
bishop
of the
takes.
problem on d4, yeah.
Yeah, but I think black is still having some problems with this bishop here. And maybe in this position, there could be a room for some inspired attack for white at the king side. That's kind of a target. But how? Like, again, I cannot immediately tell. Maybe some queen f3, rook d1, go for the attack, maybe some knight h5 ideas. For black, it's also not so easy to go for this knight f4 because you see there's c4. It's tough to say. Can we go back a bit? I want to see how did I get there.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see when d4 was played.
It looks very familiar to me. And this is one of the big ideas. Yeah, like this, I mean, if you go back to this position. So, in this position, there's several ideas. Very big theory. Right now, the most trendiest move is a5, a4. Like a5, you fight for space, the bishop goes to a7. The more classical choice is a6, bishop a7, which maybe most viewers immediately recognize. The other idea is to play bishop e6, take on e6, and try to have some counterplay at the f file. Then there's another idea to play rook e8, bishop e6, take with e6 with the rook, so that you can play d5. And finally, one of the old classical ideas is to play knight e7, knight g6, to play c6 and play d5. And I think that mostly here, it's all about the race. I mean, who is going to be faster? Because if white gets to play d4 and bishop d3, engine loves white.
And we have here d5 break, so black is the first one to break in the position.
Yeah.
And now it's a choice for I mean, how to continue, what to do. Do you want to get your pawns eliminated and also push d4 yourself?
There's also this sequence, which is very important. Yeah, I mean, d4 break did happen in the beginning, yeah, but there's this capture.
Very nice.
But this is a super important sequence for the Italian game because it really depends if this knight is protected. Because if the pawn, let's say, stands here, this entire sequence does not work because of queen f3.
You have to be really careful. You know, so many tactical ideas are in there, in the Italian. Gioco piano, yeah, that's the slow game.
Yeah.
But it isn't slow in such moments, and we can see that players have to be really careful here and not to forget anything that they have prepared.
Yeah, so, yeah, knight e5 doesn't work. maybe White doesn't have to rush with d4, but White is thinking about going for some kingston attack, maybe put the bishop on c2, apply some pressure. But first and foremost here, Martinez has to figure out what does he do with the bishop here. It's not so easy. Also, by the way, I think there's this move, queen of 6, trying to create a nice little pawn for White instead, to play bishop b6, but I have a suspicion that White is simply going to be faster. Again, take on d5. I highly doubt you can take on d4. So takes, bishop e3, and we go for this position. And I think for Black, at least, to have some dynamics, you want to keep the dogs with bishop and go for some sort of a kingston attack, I suppose.
And for Jose, it's a very important moment right now and here today. Of course, there is still blitz, and we know that Jose is very good in the faster controls, and he proved to us also during the previous FIDE World Cup that he also works in the classical as well as in the rapid tie breaks, but blitz is his true specialty, especially online. And well, he's still going to have some chances tomorrow to get to the top 4. But I think still the last classical game that he has, very important. So going for such ideas, to have such ideas in the head, going for a kingside attack, something which is happening right now in his head, will he risk it? That's question. Like, do you want to risk, or just try to get to play more solid and get those 1.5 points?
Or maybe just see where the game pace is going to take you. By the way, Angelica, bishop b6, your suggestion is on the board. I recognize this move. This definitely, I think, is one of the common ideas. Again, we talked about this. Takes. There's going to be some counterplay. Maybe knight e4 is a thing, but I think this knight on d5 definitely compensates the weakness here. Black will play like queen h4, knight f4, attack the pawn, have some dynamics here. So I think that Black is probably all right.
Arturs, what do you think happening right now? Do you think the players also, checking out the other games to estimate the chances? Because right now it's all about staying in the top 4, or in some cases in top 3, to get to the finals of the Grandmaster Triathlon, which will happen, dear viewers, after the Blitz portion. Top 3 or top 4 players will qualify. In case the 4th spot is having more than 12 points difference from the 1st place, then 4th place is not qualifying. And yeah, all the players just want to stay there, want to be in the top 4. I think that also, they're watching around the games. I think for Jose, if he sees what's happening right now in the game of Matthias against Levon, he might be maybe slightly worried for his chances, as Matthias might get an extra 4 points today.
Maybe. Yeah, it's really hard to tell. I mean, depends on the player, of course. There are some players who are actively following the other opponents, so there are players who just don't really care, they focus on their games. But also I think that the Blitz tournament is going to make a lot of revisions, how the rankings look like, and that's the kind of thing you can never really predict. Like, you're going really well in the tournament, and let's say you're just having a bad night's sleep before the Blitz, or you just step out of the bed with the left foot or something, or you just have a bad start, and the entire tournament goes the wrong way. Like, I have no idea how you can really prepare accordingly for a Blitz tournament. It always seems a bit random, whatever. Who better starts, typically better finishes. So I think we're up for a lot of surprises. I think that most of the players don't really worry about it at this stage. Maybe the leaders, they're taking a bit less risks, like we saw yesterday, Rodi versus Limble being a bit friendlier than they maybe should have been and not really risking because they are, co-leaders. But when it gets really closer to qualifying for the final stage, I'm pretty sure that everybody will be looking how many points do they need really to get there.
100%, and also looking at the how many points the players have right now. Jose Martinez is just half a point behind Yes. It means if he scores a victory today, Yes will be in the lower position than him. And if Matthias doesn't win also, it means he's bringing up to the 4th place in the leaderboard. And as you're saying, everything is changing. Everything will change one more time tomorrow, for sure. And then we only see after tomorrow who is staying there. But already right now, this leaderboard scenarios are happening in the heads of the players. But let's get an overview on the 5th round of the classical portion and see what else is going on. We have so far so many exciting battles. We'll see if Yes is going to capture that bishop on e6 or not, but the game is definitely spicing up. In the other matches of the Masters, by the way, in the top left corner, Matthias Blubaum against Livon Aronian, no changes in the position. Livon is still in the thinking tank there. But what about Limle against Aydin Suleimanli? We see some changes, by the way, Bishop e6, also as Jose Martinez played Bishop e6 last move, also on the board for the Azerbaijani Grandmaster. And Queen b5.
Yeah,
What's going
so
on there?
he's trying to. Let's maybe go full screen to that position because I don't see some big changes in the other games. So this is the current position. This was the reverse Sicilian in the English opening, played by Limle. And Queen b5, it engine slightly does like it, and now I see that it prefers Black's position a bit, but at least looks reasonable try because you want to attack the pawn on b7. You're hitting the pawn on e5, and it also asks Black some questions. And just to give you a perspective, what happened before, what we missed, since the last time we checked this position, these were the moves. I think this is where we left it. Rook c1, rook e8. Like we discussed, that Black's typical idea is to play a bishop g4, knight e4, go for some counter-strike in the center. White typically plays to the queen side. a5, stopping b4, rook e1.
Rook e1. What's an idea? Defending at some moment the pawn on e2.
Just in case, yes.
Oh, okay.
Some slower
Makes
move.
a lot of sense.
That's a bit beyond me, to be honest. Like, it's very deep
But
move.
also you have to watch out for the f2 square now. The rook is not on f1, so at some moment you have to watch out for some knight g4. So it may be, at some moment you have to be really careful.
It could be a thing, indeed. They attack against the pawn on f2. Queen a4. The bishop walked away so that there's no potential attacks. Bishop e6, Black completes development. What I find it really interesting is that Suleimanli abandoned the idea to play knight e4, and I think he decided it right here. Because the big idea for Black is to play knight e4, bishop g4, take on d4 with the pawn. Maybe let me just put it on the screen. Let's say like this. Take with the pawn, knight a4, bishop b6, maybe play c6, bishop g4, and apply a lot of pressure. That's the classical idea. And somewhere along the way, Suleimanli decided, okay, like, I'm going to stop b4, put the bishop at a7. This feels like some Italian game approach. And after queen a4, he is not playing knight e4 anymore.
But what is this queen b5 move? Just targeting the pawn on e5?
Yeah,
By the
the
way,
pawn on
what
b7
happens-
and the pawn on e5, yeah.
By the way, what happens now if white is taking the pawn on e5? Is there some tactics with a discovered bishop attack? Oh,
I think you
Oh,
say
the-
goodbye to your queen.
the queen is trapped. Oh no.
And for real, actually, here it's for real. So the queen is gone. You can't take it. That's a nice defense by Aydin.
Can we see that knight d4 is already a threat in the position to trade those knights, to open the e-file, or you don't think so?
Okay, let me make some random moves. So let's say h3.
Yeah. Knight d4. Pawn takes.
Probably not a4.
Bishop d7 here is not... No problems?
I don't know.
With a knight on a4?
Maybe this is, by the way, still okay. You give up the light square bishop. You play c6. Black is super solid here. Just put the knight on d5, build a brick wall, and say, come and get me.
And
But-
just blockade.
Yeah, but I don't think this is also a very ambitious way to play. It's just very, very solid. There's no e4, b4. Black is super well positioned at the queen side. But I have a feeling, yeah, that knight a4 is a thing. But of course, I don't think white is going to waste a move for something like h3.
Yeah, white was going to play more active. That's for sure. Let's try to find an active plan here for Limle. I'm sure, as we know his preparation, he knows definitely what to play here. So bishop e3, you would like to trade the bishops and also target the pawn on b7.
Or knight a4. I don't know which is the right move. Yeah, like,
Is there knight d4 here? Because if you play with the knight, there will be a double attack. Do we have the
I mean, it's
same?
basically the same position,
It's
yeah?
the same, yeah?
Literally the same position. So maybe knight a4 immediately. Oh wait, what I'm missing?
Knight a7. Is the queen trapped? No,
Oh,
there is queen e5.
wow, you might be
Ah,
right.
queen e5 and bishop b3. Or bishop d7?
I don't know.
Okay, knight g4 is also there.
Or bishop f2. Yeah, bishop f2. Okay. There
Ah,
it
bishop
is.
f2, knight g4. Oh,
Okay.
wow.
A bit
Nice,
unusual.
nice, nice.
Yeah, it's a bit
Very
unusual.
beautiful.
Yeah, king f2, knight g4.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was also looking at the knight on a4. It was not immediately clear. But knight a4 apparently is a big mistake. I mean, you can blunder knight a7. I mean, at this level, I don't think it's going to happen. But apparently, white cannot do this. Here, the Vietnamese grandmaster has to be a bit careful. The pawn on e5 cannot be taken. We discussed this. There's knight e4. Knight a4 cannot be played because of knight a7. Black has some tricks here.
So what is then the move for white? Let's try to find. Can white do... Okay, we discussed bishop e3 is definitely an opportunity.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
Maybe, I mean, in some lines of the Sicilian Dragon, there's this opportunity to sacrifice the exchange on c6 and win the pawn on e5. But for you to do that, you need to remove the knight.
Yeah, and where do you remove it? You
Nowhere.
cannot place it on a4. You cannot do it on e4 because the bishop... Ah, by the way, can you do it on e4? Knight e4. Okay, I see
Some-
computer doesn't like it
I-
at all.
No, I also don't like it because it closes your strong bishop and it ruins your pawn structure. It looks a bit weird, like, okay, maybe it's playable, but I don't like it. Like a4, fixing this weakness on bishop a5 or knight a5.
So some big questions right now for Lim Le in this position.
I would say bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop
It looks-
e3, I agree.
It looks reasonable. If black takes it, but again, you need to watch out for this weakness. What about knight g4? Can you take on b7? Can you not? Like queen b7, bishop d7. Maybe you're missing out rook b8, rook b2, knight e3. Maybe knight e3 is not even a big deal. A lot of questions here for the Vietnamese grandmaster and the three-time Biel champion. So it's also one of the first times, to be honest, when he is not very convincing with the white color, because I think so far for the Vietnamese grandmaster, he's being really well prepared. Like we remember his crushing victory against Matthias Bluebaum. This was in the rapid tournament, really deep prep. He had some amazing game against Matthias Bluebaum
Classical.
in the classical. Then who else did he beat with the black color?
Jose
Martinez, really great game. Yeah. So, and here somehow, yeah, black apparently is doing really well. I think that Soleimanli in general is in a great shape here.
Yeah, he is. So some big questions right now to answer for Lim Le. He is taking time to find the best approach, but I suggest to get an overview what is happening right now, because in the bottom right corner, I can see there have been some updates in the game of Vaishali against Marco Materia because the queens are off the board, but the position is very similar in terms of the pawn structure. And I see that computer is saying that white is still better. Do you see anything else which spots your attention, Artus?
Well, then we have some updates in the game of Carissa versus Václav Finek, lower left corner, where there have been a couple of trades being made, and the American player has the bishop on c5, which seems to be like a pretty great outpost. She's doing a bit better. What else? a4, a5 in the game of Alexandra Kostniuk versus Ton Schout. That's the lower middle board, the Sicilian Lapin. Actually, I kind of like Alexandra's position there. Also would be really great to check. And by the way, Levon Aronian versus Matthias Bluebaum, that's the top left corner. The Armenian Super GM finally decided to play knight b4.
Finally, knight b4 after quite some time of thinking, after the h3 slow move from Matthias. So now Matthias will have to reply where to go with the bishop, but I suggest let's go to Vaishali against Marco Materia, because ultimately it's one of the last chances for Vaishali to stay in the tournament for the final stage. Marco Materia right now is on the second spot in the tournament of the Generations Challenge. Vaishali is on the last one. I mean, she desperately needs those 4 extra points today. She needs to get them. I see that computer loves her position. She's also looking well prepared in the opening, having more time on the clock. I mean, do you think this is the time for her to strike this round, finally?
Well, let's call it what it is. I think it's an opening disaster for Black because now I think it's getting very clear because White is just better. White has the better pawn structure. Also, on top of that, the knight on c5. How do you get rid of this knight? The pawns on c6 and e4 are potential weaknesses, so I'm going to pick White all day long. And I think that right now the World Championship challenger Vaishali is thinking about something like a long castle. That's the first move that immediately jumped to my attention. Bring the king to the safety, take over the d file, and think about somehow exploiting the d file here. But the only reason why she hasn't done it yet, she is a bit worried about the pawn on f2. Maybe with the king being gone from e1, Black could have some sort of a counterplay here. And that's why she's right now trying to decide, do I play long castle, or is it rook d1 and short castle, or maybe I just play short castle immediately, protect the pawn, and then play rook d1 with a loss of tempo.
You know, Arthur, the only thing I'm really worried about is looking back at the games of Vaishali. She spent way too much time in some of her previous games. Then she appeared to have so little time on the clock. In some of the games, she couldn't convert her winning chances. In the others, she blundered and lost under time pressure. So I really hope she will try to fix the time management that she have and make up the decision faster. Of course, I know now it's 1.5 hours, still a long time to that. But with all this, you know, small decisions on which you're spending a lot of time, at the very end, you will be having just a little time on the clock, and that will decide everything in the game. I recall that, you know, painful loss for her. Another also example is how she was completely winning against Tong Xiao, but because of the time situation, she didn't find the most precise move, and then it was a draw. So I hope at least in the last round here, she has to strike and she has to be precise, but at the same time, not to try to catch some best moves in the position. You know, as we were saying, the best is the enemy of the good one. Just play good, great, solid moves. Artus, I mean, what do you think about her time management and so far? I mean, in this game, obviously much better than previously.
Yeah, in this game she's doing really well. In the previous games, I think she had some issues in the opening phase. We were speculating maybe she's trying to hide her prep for the upcoming World Championship match because, once again, this is her essentially tournament of lifetime to become the world champion later this year, challenging the reigning world champion Zhu in June. So you don't really want to reveal all the cards, but still play some good chess. But in this game, yeah, I think she's doing pretty good job so far. The position is simple enough, and I don't think she should be really worried here. If I would have to suggest something here, I would think about maybe a long castle, and then I was considering, let's say, Black plays bishop g6, tries to attack this pawn. There could be a room for f3. Let's say f3. I do know I'm trading this weakness here on e4, but now after the trade, my bishop suddenly becomes very active, and even though we have a symmetrical position on the board, I think Black simply has too many weaknesses here.
Yeah, there are too many of them. If you could just adjust the b5 pawn to b7, that would be a completely different story, right? Then it would be completely equal position. But since the pawn is on b5, that makes the whole difference. Now the b pawn cannot target the knight on c5. It's having a perfect outpost there. The bishop with the same color as the pawn on c6 also is going to target it. But I think also what Vaishali wants to do, maybe she wants to try to attack the pawn on e4. Or do you still think that she will just trade it off with the f pawn and then just target the c6 pawn?
I just don't really believe that she can win it because, let's say, whatever, which castle? I think that long castle feels most natural to me. Mm-hmm. And let's say Black plays, let's say knight f6, completes development, brings back the knight in the game. How do you want to win this pawn? Like, rook goes here, g3, bishop f1, bishop g2, and even when you do all of this, I mean, Black might even sacrifice this pawn, and it still takes you like 4 or 5 tempi to get there. That's why I think that most likely White will want to activate this bishop here. This was one of my ideas, to play f3, take out of 3 and activate the bishop here. But there also could be a room for some sort of c4 here, hitting the pawn on b5, taking away the d5 square. Let's say if black takes it, I take it. The bishop is really active here. Play rook d6, maybe play h3, stopping some knight g4 counterplay here. No matter what happens here, I think Vaishali has plenty of great opportunities to choose from.
Arjus, I would love to go immediately to the game of Matthias Blubaum against Levon Aronian because I have a feeling we have there some pawn sacrifice. I'm not sure, but you have to tell me here, can white take on e4? What's happening? Because we have seen that Levon has spent quite some time after the move h3, and now he's coming up with those 2 knight moves, knight b4, now knight e4. Can I just simply take on e4 and win a pawn?
You can, but you remember what I told you in this position. So Aronian is kind of in trouble. So he's going to spend some time and come up with something creative. There you go. So it doesn't really surprise me that he decided to play knight e4 because he doesn't like his position otherwise, meaning bishop f5. There's going to be trade and some sort of a g4 attack. Early on, white could develop a deadly Kingston attack. And that's why Aronian first he played knight b4. The big idea is to gain access to the f5 square for the bishop. Let's say you go here, or if you play a3, I'm going to eliminate the last square bishop, put the bishop at f5, and solve all the opening problems. That's why Matthias's bishop b1 makes sense. And now knight e4 is like a logical follow-up. He wants to create some complications, and this involves sacrificing a pawn. Can white take it? Yeah, and he should.
And he already takes the knight. So accepting the challenge from Levon Aronian, who is sacrificing a pawn for some development initiative. So after pawn takes on e4, bishop e4, that's something what we would expect. Yeah, we have it on the board. Pawn takes on e4.
This is
And
turning out to
bishop
be really
e4.
exciting. Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting game. So let me refresh the current position. This is it.
This is what's right now on the board. And looking at Levon, look at him. He's just, putting up the sleeves on his shirt, getting ready for the fight.
I mean, with the move h3, Matthias was poking a bear. Yeah, like basically playing h3, inviting him to play, and Aronian accepted. Okay, let's do this. Let's come out and play. Takes, bishop takes on e4. And now things are getting really exciting very quickly. So I have a feeling that this is going to be a truly fascinating game. The idea of Aronian's pawn sacrifice was to try to exploit weakening of the e3 pawn. And it might involve some sort of a knight e5 at the right moment. Get to this pawn, open up the position as quickly as you can, and exploit the fact that white is still 2 moves away from castling short.
But 2 moves are also not so long. I'm also considering, is there any idea of playing queen a5? I would like to give some check on d3 or c2, using the fact that there is a discovered attack. But maybe white simply has queen d2. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, queen a5 is a move. You definitely have to consider some double attack. And if you go here, there could be some g5 stuff. You see the queen on a5 protects the pawn and takes, assuming white has to take anyway. Walk away, have some fun with a 5 or 4. No, there's definitely room for something like this happening here. So your suggestion is queen a5. Let me think what I'm going to recommend. Probably something really fancy.
Yeah, we have also suggestion from our producer. It's immediately going with a g5 and then queen a5. So essentially similar idea, another move order. The point is if white is taking here on g5, or capturing with the pawn, and white seemingly takes another second pawn. So if we take on g5.
But why cannot I take here?
Yeah, and then bishop takes on g5. So white is taking the second pawn. And now queen a5,
Ooh.
attacking the bishop, offering ideas of knight jumping to d3 and c2.
Wow, we are getting somewhere here. Okay, this looks really exciting. What if I don't have intermezzo, queen h5? Yeah, so I was thinking I could attack you first, but I just noticed there's a 5. stopping checkmate. The bishop is under attack, and white is just dropping material. G5. The more I look at this, the more I like it. It looks really, really nice, but it's also, well, what's the proper word for that? Responsible move. If you do this, there's no coming back. And maybe Aronian already has crossed his bridge because he gave up the pawn and he cannot really look back right now because white is going to play knight f3, should castle. So G5, I love it. Maybe there's also room for some, including some developing moves. Let's say, how about I play bishop b6? I just develop a piece. I want to see what happens. Hit the pawn maybe on a2. You play e3. I play knight e5. Hit a pawn on e3. Let's say you play queen e2. And now I start to toy with these ideas.
I'm so
of G5,
sorry,
etc.
Arthur. Let's immediately go to the game of Limle against Aydin Suleimani because we have some crazy stuff there. Let's immediately go there. Bishop f2 has just been played, sacrificing a piece.
We saw this line.
What is happening? Did he just blunder? What is going on?
Oh my goodness, he blundered at a4. I mean, we saw this line, but remember what I told you, Angelika. Here at this moment, at the queen b5, bishop b6, we're discussing. You cannot play knight x on e5 because of the knight e4. You cannot play knight a4 because of knight a7. There are some tactical tricks. And I said that here, white has to be a bit careful. And knight a4, knight a7 is such an invisible move because you are looking at knight e4, you're looking at e4, and it's so difficult to spot the black has this awkward move, knight a7. I think that this move simply slipped Limle's attention.
This is absolutely insane. You know, there's always a saying that's so difficult to see, though the knight moves, knight jumps backwards. But Limle, the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon champion, misses this move. Aydin Suleimani on spot, finding this idea, knight a7, now queen e5, bishop f2. Liam has to give up and exchange in this position and a pawn, by the way. So bishop f1 is going to be played. Looks like a huge disaster for Liam Le in the opening.
It's a very rare moment. At this level, this almost never happens. And especially for Lim Le, who has won the event 3 times. He had a rough start in the Chess 1060 and the Rapid tournament. He was here yesterday in the studio. We talked about that he enjoys the Biel Chess Festival. He likes it here. He's trying to focus a bit more on playing. But as you can see, these things happen even to the very best. It rarely does happen. You can see he has plenty of time on the clock, like 1 hour and something, and this bishop takes an f2. It came like a cold shower to him, and now king f1. That's what you have to do right now, and essentially white is going to be down in exchange and objectively lost.
And we now have a front row to the bishop on f2, such a strong piece, going to take the rook on e1. And that's essentially something which we were talking at the beginning of this round, that in this final round there will be some fireworks, there will be a shake-up of the leaderboard, because with the victory, if Aydin wins this game, he's getting 4 extra points. And from the 4th place, he's right now on the 3rd place. He might even surpass Limle with the victory. A huge game for Aydin for sure in this one. And it means also a lot for the lower ones, for Yes, for Jose Martinez, for Matthias Blubaum. That means that they cannot surpass Aydin anymore. They'll have to also strike in their games, which will be definitely very tough here. Arthur, I'm super shocked what has been happening for Limle. And as we know from the previous edition, the classical portion is the reason that he was constantly winning the events, because he was super dominant, getting those 4 points every single time, and being absolutely winner of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
Yeah, I'm also like without words, to be honest. I don't even know what can be said here. So this game definitely will shake up the rankings in case Suleimani is going to succeed. So you can look at this. He's literally leaning in. He cannot believe what just happened. But yeah, he is going to be up at exchange. Excellent fighting position. So we might see some big changes in the standings. And maybe let's try to figure out how does black continue. and capitalize on the advantage. So the first thing I'm seeing, obviously, is this rook on e1. By the way, Angelique, you actually called it. You remember when you said, when Limle played rook e1, watch out for the pawn on f2.
Watch out for it.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I had no idea that
There
it
you
will
go.
happen. And
It's
here
right
we
there.
have it on the board. So as you're saying, there are a few approaches now black can take. Taking on e1 is a first move. Definitely looks into attention. Knight g4, attacking the queen. Looks logical and also improving the position of the queen, of the knight.
Let's say I'm just going to take the exchange. Yeah, maybe. Wait, there's also this card attack by the bishop. Oh, there's also this. So on top of that,
Oh.
black has a choice not only to take the rook here on e1, but also find a way to maybe win the knight on a4.
Bishop b3 or bishop d7. Is it something that comes to your attention?
Precisely. So if I'm black,
Oh.
I'm thinking, okay, let me stop this move. It's an exchange. Let me take it, see what happens. Bishop takes on e1. Bishop e1, knight g4. I feel that white could not give up the e3 square. Like, I think this is going to be really difficult for white. Most likely after bishop e1, rook e1 is going to happen. And now I'm thinking, well, at least I can simplify the position here. Play bishop h3, but can I trap the bishop? Like this.
Can you trap the bishop?
It's a very good question. Queen d4.
Is there c5? No, c5, knight c5.
Yeah, I think it's not going to work. b5 also, the knight walks away. Knight b5 closes the bishop. Maybe this is still how you continue. Knight b5. Queen goes somewhere and knight a3.
Oh, you're getting another extra pawn. Phew. That's will mean an exchange and two pawns. Well, it's way too much, isn't it, Arthurs?
Yeah, but this is also a very tricky moment for Suleimanli because, I mean, I've been in these situations before myself. And when your opponent blunders, first thing is you also have a shock. Like, okay, my opponent blundered this. I'm probably winning. You get a lot of adrenaline rush. Yeah, so I'm doing really great, etc. And then you're also having these thoughts that how do I not mess this up? You have so many opportunities. This is great. That is great. Like
Which
bishop
is a
takes
greater
e1.
great.
Yeah, like this is looking fantastic. This is looking awesome. So how do you navigate here between all of these great choices? And I think that Aydin here might spend like 20, 30 minutes until he gets it right because he knows, let me calm down. Whenever I'm going to have another opportunity with black to defeat a 2,700 elo Gramsa right here. So for Aydin, what a golden opportunity.
Absolutely, I fully agree, Arthur. He will spend quite some time because sometimes you just want to rush into, and bishop e1. I mean, definitely looks like one of the candidates' move, and bishop d7, similar to bishop b3, right?
Yeah, but my idea was to take away the d4 square so that you cannot protect the knight. And I thought if you play something like queen f4, there's going to be more tempi coming. But what I'm slightly concerned about, is there room for white to sacrifice the queen? Probably not. Yeah, I was thinking takes, and take on f2. I got two pieces but for the queen, but I forgot my knight is under attack.
Knight is under attack, and there will be just a rook for a queen. What an unfortunate position to be in, and we see that even Limle just now left the board. He's not there. He just doesn't want to be near to his position. That's how bad it is. But for Aydin Suleimanli, it is going to be a golden opportunity to squeeze on the victory out of this beautiful tactical motifs. Dear viewers, we are taking our short break and we'll find out of it how the game will continue. Will Aydin seize and find the best option in this position? And also other games are exciting as well. Stay tuned for more from Biel. We'll be back in a few moments.
You have been so many times to Biel. How many times in total? Can you remember? Can you recall?
No, I lost count. I think the first time was in 2012 or 2013, but then I played a number of times and I have no idea.
Why are you always coming back to Biel? What makes this place so special?
I like the place, I like the tournament, I love being here. Um, yeah, nothing particular. I just enjoy the environment and I've always had good memories here.
Do you recall your very best result you ever had here?
Well, so I won my first Fisher Random here, the only tournament that I played before this one where I came second. So that, then I won the Rapid once, so that was good. And once I was extremely close winning the MTO, but I finished second, so.
Good results. Do you think, or is it maybe an ambition to, even if you visit for the next couple of years as well, to ever get your best result you have ever had so far?
Honestly, I don't think that way. I mean, I'm here, I'm just having fun, I'm enjoying, and that's what matters to me.
Thank you so much. Okay, Surya, you have been
Welcome back, everyone, to the perfect moment where we have one of the most exciting rounds because it's the final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon round robin stage. We'll have 12 players today because tomorrow it's going to be Blitz and then there will be the final stage and critical moments in the game of Aydin Süleymanlı with Black Pieces against Limle, the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon champion. What happened before the break is that there was a huge blunder by the Vietnamese Grandmaster, and Aydin Süleymanlı picked it up. We have been talking about it for quite some time, Arthurs. F2 is a problem. You're stepping away with a rook, and here we have it. He's taking on.
Yeah, that was definitely something we did not expect, but well, Angelica, you called it before the, I mean, not before the round, but right after the round, you said that it might be Süleymanlı who is going to win this. Of course, we have still a long way to go, but so far your prediction was spot on. We just saw Bishop d7 here played by Black, and again, I think it's a pretty accurate move order, so that Black still controls this d4 square. As you can see, the Black rook on e8 hits the queen on e5. Black still wants, obviously, to take up the rook on e1, but on top of that, the knight on a4 is under attack. And here is the, is it the $1 million question or actually 10,000 Swiss francs question?
I think rather 10,000 Swiss francs.
More likely. So do you play queen f4 here? And what's the follow-up for Black? Is it 95? Like, it feels that there's a forced victory here. But where is it? Let's try to figure it out.
Let's indeed try. As we were mentioning before, this bishop b1 is definitely the move which he's considering. But yeah, bishop d7 looks very logical, attacking the queen. He already played it. Queen goes to f4. Can you try to trap the queen? Yeah, I was also trying to find the ways.
I'm looking at this line. And I'm winning a lot of material.
But at the end of the line,
Okay, not like this. Yeah, I don't know with what.
to have the c7.
Ah,
Rook c4, rook h4, checkmate incoming. Rook c4. Rook,
actually,
no.
I thought bishop c3, but yeah, this is also definitely an idea.
Okay.
Yeah, there's always knight h7 covering, but I just noticed that there's bishop c3, and there's suddenly some problems.
Ooh, big issues on f6. I have to watch out also as Black here. And by the way, queen f4 is on the board. This is the current position that we have. Bishop d7, queen f4 has just been played by Vietnamese Grandmaster. He's still trying to stay in the game, but it's going to be very tough. Very tough. And look at, by the way, Aydin. He's, I think, like in complete shock at what is happening in this round, which chance, huge opportunity he's getting.
Maybe just knight e5.
Knight e5, attacking the queen.
So you don't
Queen.
have this square. You don't have this. Ah, wait, you do have queen c4.
Queen c4, there is b5.
Queen d5.
Oh, don't lose it. What you can do, you can take now the rook on e1 maybe.
Yes.
Because now if queen d5, then you're going to recapture on d2 and then win the material on a4. So you have to take back,
Yeah, but the question is with what?
probably with... I don't want to take with the king, but probably I have to.
Yeah, you have to so that you have some counterplay at the c file. Maybe rook e1 is the sad choice that you have to commit. But
Or knight e1. Knight e1 attacking the knight.
But knight e3 is coming anyway. Ah, wait, knight e1. Maybe there's some counterplay again at the b file.
So many tough choices. Oh, for white.
No, it's not so trivial here. Yeah, I keep making mistakes because now there's something bishop b7 incoming, rook b8, and knight c5, and white is kind of alive. So let's go back here. Obviously, we are not going to try to use the engine. G5 is something I think that I didn't want to calculate because if it works, then it's just winning on the spot. Even though, by the way, yeah, queen c4 might be still a move. But let's say knight e5 and queen c4. Let's have a look at this position. Is it bishop b5?
Bishop b5. But queen can step backwards still. How many moves the rook on e1 is going to be attacked and not taken? I'm just wondering.
Again, doesn't work because there might be knight g5 counterplay.
Knight g5, I love it.
Like,
You have to watch out for some attacks.
yes, there could
Not
be.
so clear.
There could be some counterplay. So I think we're getting pretty close. Like, once again, so this is the current position. We're talking about knight e5, queen c4, bishop b5, queen g4.
Queen g4, a calm little move. What do you want to do? You want to take on h6 with a bishop. You want to create some attacks on the king. Yeah, knight f6 looks like a solid move, but then you're stepping back to f4.
And again,
Or
g5
h4.
is something you want to calculate.
Yeah, h4.
I have a feeling we're missing some move. It feels this close. It's somewhere here. It's somewhere here. Is it f5?
No.
Queen f5. Engine says there's something else, but like takes.
Oh, I have an idea.
Yeah, but why this is not working?
Oh.
Just
You
funny.
cannot take with the bishop because knight e3.
And you cannot take with the knight because of rook f8.
So you have to take with the king.
King or the rook, and then I just win an extra rook.
Wow.
So this sequence was knight e5, queen c4, bishop b5, queen g4, f5. But the engine doesn't like it. Okay, let's. You had another idea. Sorry, I interrupted you. What was it?
Maybe it was not such a good idea.
No, just tell me. We can check it. We're commentators.
Yeah, of course. So my idea was to play knight e.
At which moment?
No, actually, in the last moment, to play knight e3 because I think here after bishop b5, yeah. Here to play knight e3, and now the idea is after bishop takes. Now I'm attacking the rook on c1, but my bishop is not under attack of the king. So what white has to do, white has to keep two pieces under defense. So rook c1 should move somewhere, and then we play f5 or h5 and win the knight on a4. But again, maybe it's too complicated.
No, it is complicated, but it also makes perfect sense. Like, because black is having a very healthy position, and even if he terribly messes us up, like at least he has some positional advantage. I actually love your idea. It's a great idea.
So now the bishop is not under attack on e3.
No. So instead of winning this exchange, you want to take this exchange, and you want to play a5 at the right moment. The bishop seems to be dominating the board. And if I play... I'm supposed to respond.
By the way, now there are also not so many squares for the queen to go to, because now since we have the bishop on e3, we're taking all over the squares for the queen to go backwards.
Yeah, no squares.
No squares.
No squares. You can't protect it, so maybe you found it, actually. So it was a joint effort.
Joint effort, yeah.
So what was it? Knight e5, queen c4, bishop b5. It seems to be the only moves for white. Queen g4, knight e3. No choice for white. Takes.
Now bishop is rook is under attack, and bishop is also in the problem on a4.
I think we did it. I figured it out.
And even if, black will not have a material advantage, there's this beautiful bishop on e3, cutting the position. King on f1 will be in trouble. f5, f4, opening up the f-file.
This is now the big question. Can Suleiman Lee calculate this? This is what they've been training for.
And look at Suleiman Lee right now. He is hiding his face with a hand, trying to calculate in his head. He has so many lines, so many positions there. He's completely focused in this particular moment. If you compare the body language, by the way, you might falsely think that Aydin was the one who blundered because he's just holding his hand. But no, it was Lim Le, and Aydin is trying to capitalize on his mistake and win the game.
I think it's a pretty forcing line, but what might save here the Vietnamese Grandmaster is that black has other choices. If you have a very straightforward line and you're a good player, you are going to calculate it. But the thing is, for Aydin, there's a lot of distraction. There's a distraction, bishop e1. There's a distraction G5. 95 Queen C4. There's a distraction B5. There's a distraction 93. So this entire sequence, we also did not pick it up immediately. So we had to toy a bit. We had some spoilers in front of us, no engines. We saw the evaluation bar jumping up and down. But I think this entire sequence, Angelica, it is pretty human. And I think that also this is what marks really good players. They feel, you know, when do I have to go for crazy lines? And when you listen to your gut instinct, go for the human lines. And all of these moves, they are pretty human because he
forcing.
keeps harassing the queen.
And
Like
very
he-
forcing moves because
very
there are no
forcing.
other spots for the queen. So this line might happen right now in the head of Aydin. The question is how he is evaluating this line. By the way, we had him together with Yezer Dogmush yesterday after their draw on the broadcast. We could hear their thoughts, their analysis, their lines. I even remember in the opening, when I was asking some questions about preparation, said, I want to keep it secret, you know, I don't want to showcase my lines. Maybe he will use them in the other game. But definitely he surprised yesterday in the opening. And I think that's what's happening right now. And he said so many lines trying to evaluate everything correctly. As we saw from yesterday's game, he has managed to equalize the game in some crazy variations. But here I think it's much easier today, much easier task for Aydin Suleimanli. But do you believe there also some kind of a psychological battle happening at the same side? Because Aydin is pretty young player. And he, of course, has delivered some very nice games. By the way, recently I think he beat Magnus Carlsen at the World Teams Rapid and Blitz Championships in one of the matchups that they played. It was Azerbaijan team versus WR Chess. He was celebrating, really having a lot of fun. Many other very nice results in his career. But Liam Blea is 2700 player. Beating him in classical would be such a big milestone for Aydin and boost of the confidence for the future career.
Absolutely. I mean, and also I'm pretty sure that it's all about the nerves here. I think that Aydin is going to take his time because you don't want to mess things up. He already has spent like 20 minutes at the stage. He can even take 20 more. He knows that there's got to be a win right here, so he's going to take it slow. We're not he's thinking. I think we simply move on, check another game, but of course keep our eyes on this game, which had something unexpected really, but yeah, these things happen. So where do we want to go from here?
Yeah, let's first get an overview of the other games. And first I would like to highlight in the top left corner, we have Blue Baum against Aronian. We were discussing this position. Matthias took the pawn, and it was a move G5 suggested by our producer, played here on the board. And you also said that the more you looked at the G5, the more you loved the position. So what Levon is trying, he's trying to complicate everything. We see evaluation bar is all the way high, but position is super complex here. Another game in the Masters in the top middle boards, Yezer Dogmush against Jose Martinez. We see the idea of bishop e6 and knight d4 is on the board. And Yes is taking quite some time for a response in this position.
Also, you know, if we talk about yesterday we had a pretty quiet day. I think it works like this typically. There's a calm before the storm. So yesterday everything was quiet. Players were like trying to play it safe, etc. You would think that today it's gonna go the same. No, we have actual fireworks going on. So looking at the Challengers tournament, giving you a quick update, what's happening. Carissa Yip versus Václav Fidek. Position is pretty symmetrical. White is better. I don't know how much better. I see the evaluation bar, of course, but I like White's position. I think Carissa is doing a really good job so far. Then we have Alexander Kostanyuk versus Don Shao. Of course, like we want to go to this game, but there's some major action happening in the Masters, so I think we're going to focus on that first. This is the Sicilian and Lapin situation on the board. Vaishali against Marco Materia has just cast a long set. By the way, also A4 push has been done, and the White is asking Black a lot of questions. But my suggestion would be to go to the game of Matthias Blubaum versus Levon Aronian and try to understand these complications and predict where it's taking us.
Absolutely, let's get in there. Even though it was just one move played, but it means a lot in the position. The position is super complex. White hasn't castled yet. White has to finish the development. On the other hand, black is lacking one pawn in this position. So what is it going to be? The development battle against the material. Looking at the clock situation, 1 hour, 22 minutes for Matthias Blübaum. Twice less on the clock is Levon Aronian with 38 minutes right now. So yeah, Levon has been spending quite some time on this game, the final classical game of the round robin, and a very tough position. So G5 was the last move. We were also discussing this one, Arturs. Can you tell us what is what is Matthias thinking here to play? Is it take on G5 or stepping away with the bishop?
Well, I think we briefly discussed this, that after the takes, if you take on G5, the big idea is to play Queen A5. It feels a bit risky. I mean, the line probably needs to be investigated a bit further, because I'm also seeing the move Bishop E7. And okay.
Knight D5.
Ah, 95. 95, okay,
Oh, no.
before.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Okay,
this thing to calculate. Okay, I see the Malaysia bar, but you have to see these.
Maybe rook E8,
Okay, 8.
bishop B4, queen B4, and rook bishop
That's a
on
fair
D4
point.
is handy.
Very good point. Yeah, the bishop is under attack. So what I'm saying is that this is also something you have to calculate. After Queen A5, you have to see Bishop E7. Then you have to calculate what happens if, I think this sequence could be pretty human, to play knight of 3. Allow to win black to exchange, let's say knight E2 check, king f2. That's a double check, by the way, in case somebody was wondering. Takes it, Queen A1.
Discovered doubled check.
Yeah, valid disposition. White has 2 pawns for the exchange. It's super unclear. Then you have to also look at the position like takes, and we talked about Queen H5. Why it doesn't work? It's an intermezzo move threatening the checkmate. There's an F5. Then you have to calculate, do I include a trade on G5? Let's say I take it, I walk away, and how is black going to continue? And to make things even more confusing for you, the viewers, how about I take, and include some intermezzo move A3? Because like this is how you're taught, like you're always looking for the forcing moves. And even this is a possibility here. So you see, here Matthias has a gigantic amount of choices. So the question here is, how do you navigate in these complexities? And very often the players are really trusting their gut instinct, depending on their playing style. I don't really know how Matthias's mind works, but I can easily see him again spending a lot of time here.
But of course, imagine him, Matthias Blübaum. It was his first candidate tournament he played. For Levon Aronian, he played 6 already of the candidates tournaments before. So has some huge experience, one of the most creative players. Do you want to have such a big pressure and play such position against one of the brightest chess minds, the former world #2, the winner, of the 2-time winner of the World Cup events? I mean, such a very, creative, at the same time, very unpredictable chess player as Levon Aronian.
There's really no choice. You got to do it. I mean, you are right there. He went for it. He did play Bishop G5, which was a declaration of war on second move, and it invited Aronian to have some fun, and he's having fun. I mean, there you go. You got what you wanted. So now it's all about the players. And I don't think either of the players really have, very precise clue what's happening here. If you would ask Aronian what he's thinking about his business, she would say, well, I'm down a pawn. I have some dynamics. The king is stuck in the center. I have these ideas. He definitely has calculated some of the lines, but you cannot calculate everything, and you just make a leap of faith, really, at this stage, and pray it works. But we as the commentators, we can try to calculate some lines.
Let's do.
All right.
So first question is, does white want to take once and then step away with the bishop, or does white want to take twice on G5, or to step away with the bishop immediately? What do you think?
So I'm thinking from my GM perspective. I don't think I'm in trouble. I think at least I have this. That's what I call my minimal program. So if everything fails, I'm going here. Like bishop takes on G5, Queen A5. I'm looking briefly at bishop E7. It's a forcing move. Rook E8, I see the line that you mentioned, which is a great find, by the way. Then I see I have knight f3, give up the exchange, I have this position, and I'm thinking, if I do not find anything better, I'm going right here, right? So what else we can do? Then I'm thinking, okay, the bishop is under attack, a3, intermezzo move, it's not going to be my priority right now. I'm going to check it if I'm going to be totally lost in my calculations. So let me check also takes, so let's say to make the most human move in the position, bishop g3. And try to figure out if I like this position. And I think that it's going to be really difficult to calculate this because there's a lot of uncertainty. You still need to make two moves. Like, for example, how about f5?
Queen b3.
Yeah, I see this check, of course. Queen b3, king h8. Do you take it? Takes. Maybe long castle? What is this? So bishop e6, some...
But there are also ideas of h4. We don't have to castle, we can play h4 immediately.
And g4. Yeah, it's not so easy.
Because I see evaluation bar is all the way up.
Yeah, I also
trying to
see, but they don't
find.
see that. So, like, I'm thinking this could be something I would consider, but how about, let's say, I play knight e5 here for black. I trying to find a line to convince myself not to go here. And so I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing that there's some attack here. So maybe queen f3. I'm seeing that black can at least play queen f5. I have to walk by the king, and I think at the gut instinct I'll be like, I don't like this. Like, I think I would try to convince myself it looks too suspicious here. I don't go here. Okay, now what? How about bishop g3? Again, knight e5, right?
Again, the same. Pawn on e3 is hanging. By the way, what about the idea, which I think you briefly mentioned earlier, taking on g5 and then playing queen h5?
f5.
Queen h5. Yeah, f5. Ah.
Yeah.
It was some time ago you mentioned this.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't work because there's no check on d5. You have two pieces under attack. So, no. This will be like my first thought process, like takes, bishop g5, minimal move. Then takes, bishop g3. And if that fails, what else is there? And then you start to think about intermezzo moves. Like, do I include a trade and play a3? Or I play a3 immediately. I think my gut instinct says that you include a trade to weaken the king a bit. So takes and a3. But again, knight e5 could be a thing.
Knight e5 attacking the pawn on e3. You don't really want to give up your beautiful bishop on e4 for that knight.
Ah, but now you take it, yeah?
Ah, now there is no queen a5.
Yeah, no, there's no queen f5.
So what does it mean that after a3 you should take on h4?
But then I have some clarity here. I kept my pawn. The king is a bit weak for black. I am about to castle short. My position looks as safe as it can be called. Safe. I can give up the extra pawn if I have to. Castle alongside the pawn on h4 is a weakness. So, like, without any deep analysis, like this was just like an overview. What I think Matthias is. Oh, he already made a move while I was blabbering here.
He played
bishop f2. I didn't even look at this.
took on g5 and played bishop f2. So idea what he has after knight d5, the pawn on e3 is defended, and he can simply continue with the development of the pieces, which looks very logical.
It is logical. It protects the pawn on e3. I think also, yeah, Matthias' choice is very logical. I just didn't get this far. Like, I would eventually get there. Maybe I included the intermezzo move a3 a bit too early. And it's a safe move. And he's about to, yeah, play knight f3. All right.
So we have this position. What do you think Levon is thinking at this moment? Does he still want to include queen a5 here?
He's thinking I'm a chess tourist. I remember, like, he said this. When was this? 2 days ago when he was here in the studio, and I asked him, well, Levon, how is your time here in Biel? He said, well, you know, last year I won 2 events of the freestyle tournament, so financially, obviously, I'm doing really well, so now I'm having some fun playing in some tournaments where I have never played before, so that's why he's here in Biel. And I think I don't know really what was his plan for today's game. Maybe play solid. Maybe this is why he played the Slav. But Matthias wanted the game and he got it. So I think Levon is just excited because he is, as you said, one of the most creative minds in the history of chess. And he's just having some fun here. So opening up the position, e5, and you're just curious about this position. Like, okay, you're going to lose, but you're also a chess fan at the same time, and you just want to see like a logical outcome. You're painting this position together with your opponent. You want to see what's going to come out.
Arthurs absolutely love seeing Levon in his element, sacrificing material, now opening up the position with the e5. Have you even considered this break in the position which he has right now? Of course, it's logical. King is in the center. What's your take on it?
Super logical. Open the center. I think that with the white king on e1, it makes perfect sense.
By the way, both players left the board for time being.
There's also the one thing you're not seeing, the viewers, that behind this red wall, there is a special refreshment area for the players, so they can go down there, they can have some coffee, some snacks, etc. It's really nice, secluded, quiet, and maybe this is where Matthias is right now, having a cookie.
Having
and
a tea,
thinking
coffee.
about his position, but with all of his cookies, yeah, he has to come back, think about the position.
But Arthurs, I suggest to go to the probably game of the day so far, Limle against Aydin Solimanli, because Aydin has been thinking for some time, and he did go for the move we advised. I suggest to go there and see what is happening and what are the emotions of Liam Le in the position. By the way, just now, replying with a queen h4. Wait, cannot you just trade the queens and take the rook on e1? What's happening?
You can. I think that, okay, obviously I'm going to show you what's happening here in a moment, but I think what happened is,
He went for our move.
no, he saw that this sequence is losing by force.
Queen g4.
Yeah, queen g4, knight e3, bishop e3, bishop e3. He just saw this line. Lim Le is a fantastic calculator. Like, he calculates variations really, really well. And obviously, during this long thought by Aydin Solimanli, he was not sitting around enjoying his time. He was calculating really hard. How do I save the game? So he came up with a sequence of queen h4. And now where's the idea? The idea is to offer the queen trade.
This is what's happening. Ah, no, wait. First, bishop e1 has been played.
No. Yeah, bishop e1 first.
Ooh.
But the idea is, I think, to take on e1 with the knight, so that you have a counterattack against the knight on d5, so that you don't drop the knight on a4 for free. Because let's say here, let's say there's a trade, or how do I do this? Let's say you do this, bishop e1, rook e1, you see you're simply dropping a piece for free.
But also you can take on h4 with the knight. Maybe that's something what Aydin didn't like.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so he wants to open up the
Oh.
bishop here. So bishop e1, king e1, bishop a4, bishop d5. What here the Vietnamese grandmaster is trying to do, he's trying to limit the damage. At least he's not losing on the spot. He knows he's down the exchange, but please not let it be more.
Yeah, not more. And in the current position, we have bishop e1 is on the board. Now, question for Liam. Is he going to take with a knight according to his plan, or has he prepared something else?
He
What do
has
you
to.
think?
I mean, what else can he do?
The problem here, if you trade the queens first, maybe we can show it very briefly. If you take on d8, rook a d8, and now after knight e1, seemingly attacking the knight, bishop a4, and rook is defending the knight. So for that reason, this line would not work for Liam and will be completely losing. For that reason, he cannot trade the queens. But yeah, knight e1 looks like the main line.
And now I think black is going to be happily trading the queens. Takes.
And what to do with the knight?
I think just simplify the position a bit. Like this. Looks really reasonable. And that's the position that Lim Le wants to go to. Okay, so it's not great. It's probably objectively losing, but at least you're not losing even more material. And maybe on top of that, there's a room for white to complicate things, but I highly doubt that there's anything else. Like I was briefly looking at some crazy stuff like bishop g5, but I don't believe it myself. Yeah, like takes, go for some counterattack, but no,
Yeah,
I
it's not
don't
really,
think so.
not much.
I don't think so, yeah.
Yeah. So
All right.
91 is something what we expect in the position, but then what Aydin wants to do is going for that line where he will be up on exchange in the endgame.
Yeah.
So while Liam is taking his time, let's get an overview what else is happening. We've been neglecting Generations Challenge for some time, but because we have such an action in the Masters that we just want to stay there. We haven't checked yet the game of Yezer Dogmush against Jose Martinez. Maybe just very briefly give an update at what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty peaceful game, so I think we're simply gonna go there and try to explain the last couple of moves. Not many of them have been played. We saw right here, we saw Bishop E6 being played. Engine is silly enough to give it a question mark. I don't know why. I think it's actually a pretty normal move here. Knight E6, F takes on E6 opens up that file here.
You know, I recall yesterday question mark from Yes, which was absolutely incredible move, right? Which was
Yeah.
played and idea he found. So yeah, sometimes Engine disagrees.
So it's a missed opportunity, and why it's a missed opportunity? Let me check the engine. No, engine is silly. I mean, it says top choice is Bishop C2, and as soon as you play top choice, it says it's a missed opportunity.
Oh no.
All right.
Let's not listen to the engine, let's play the moves. Everything looks logical now. Knight f4, getting the square on c4 and f4, also threatening to get the isolated queen's pawn positions.
Yeah, that's what both players are trying really to do. And rook e4, yes, says no, not under my watch. Rook e4, he defends the knight, hits the black's knight on f4, and well, is there some action potentially happening with knight takes on g2?
You want to sacrifice, yeah? You want to
Yes.
see some sacrifices
Yes.
in the position.
Yes, it's not my game, so I can do this. I was thinking knight x on g2. If you take it, then I was thinking bishop d5. But okay, it's very clear that I don't have any compensation. But then I was thinking if you play knight x on e6, f takes on e6. If you take on g2, suddenly you have rook takes on f2. Yeah, that's what I noticed, but it doesn't work.
Arjus, we have an update from Lim Le against Aydin Suleiman Lee. Sorry for throwing it always to that game, but we really want to follow it closely because not knight e1, but rook takes on e1 has been played, not targeting the knight on d5, not something what we have expected here. I just wanted to check with you what's the idea here.
It's the same idea. So the point is queen h4, knight h4, the knight on d5 is still under attack.
So
I simply missed it.
okay,
But it doesn't change a lot, to be honest. It's more or less the same.
more or less the same.
And I think white should keep the pieces on the board if this happens. Try to make the position as complicated as you can. That's typically the principle. Like when you have a big material advantage, you want to simplify things, which means trade some pieces so that you can play the position by hand. And if you're doing really badly, you always want to complicate things, like keep many pieces, maybe bluff in the middle somewhere. So I'm pretty sure that, wait. I'm not
Pretty
sure about anything.
wait. So bishop c6 has been played, defending the knight on d5, threatening the trade of the queens. But still you cannot take the knight on a4? What's going on? What is the
I mean, if you take the
idea?
knight on a4, you take with the queen, yeah? That's the idea.
Yeah.
Even though this is probably also pretty great for black. Maybe not winning. Bishop c6, I think Aydin is a bit stubborn. He says, I don't want to take on h4. You want to trade the queens, do it yourself, take on d8.
And then bring his own rook to the battle?
Yeah, it's a reasonable idea. And I think he could always trade the queen. So, I mean, it's not like white's going to run away. Because you need to guard his knight. That's actually very smart response. So if I'm Lim Le, I'm thinking, keep the pieces. Knight c5. And maybe now, he's going to trade the queens. Trade some pieces. But you might blunder the rook.
And rook is being trapped on e3. Oh my god. Ooh. Okay, watch out.
You have to be a bit precise here. You
Watch
cannot,
out, watch out.
you cannot do it like this. But how do you do it then? Do you play knight e3 immediately, like this? Now there's no knight e4.
Why? Ah, because you take it.
Because I take it.
You take it.
Yeah, I keep the queens. And now you go back, and I think it's going to be something like this. I have a good feeling. And then maybe the Vietnamese grandmaster is going to try to organize some counterplay, g4, h4, g5. There's enough pieces still. This game is not over. Oh, I think here the Vietnamese grandmaster is doing a pretty good job to keep the game going. Also, Suleimanli is trying to be as accurate as he can be. You cannot let your guard down after this one horrific blunder. Black is borderline winning, maybe according to an engine, technically winning, but one small misstep, and your winning advantage might turn out to be not decisive.
Such an important moment for Aydin not to relax and not to be very casual about his winning chances, because you might think, oh, I won an exchange, I will be winning, but no, you cannot relax. So I guess it's perfect moment for us to check what else is going on, and let's give some love to Generations Challenge, because there have been quite some updates. Carissa Yip in the bottom left corner against Václav Finek is having some great time, I have a feeling. Some big pressure on Václav, on the leader of the tournament. Would be great for her to score a victory and getting even higher in the leaderboard. In the bottom middle board, Alexandra against Tong Shao. You were mentioning Alexandra is having some also good position and maybe chances, although evaluation bar is saying not all equal. Vaishali is still better against Marco Materia in the bottom right corner. Arturs, where are we heading to?
Yeah, I mean, I actually feel a bit for the players because, I mean, now obviously they're a bit in the shadow, yeah, because there's this immortal game between Rodian versus Bluebaum and also the craziness happening in Limele's game. But yeah, let's go to this, and I think we are going to give equal amount of love for all of the games. Let's start with the game of Carissa Yip versus Václav Finek. We left it already quite a while ago. Now maybe let's not go back move by move, but assess the situation that we have at hand here, and see if white is really better as the evaluation bar suggests.
Now we see there is some pressure on the queen side. A4, breaking the pawn structure. B5, A6. Black should be very careful here. Last move was rook D8. Also looking at the pieces activity, white's pieces are super active. For black, there are some tactical ideas. For example, you cannot move your knight on D6 because E7 is hanging. And there are so many ideas here, and I feel like white, I mean, I really love white's position for Carissa.
It's great.
But
yeah.
the clock, look at this, 36 minutes for Carissa against 1 hour.
And that's not so great.
Oh, that's not so great. I would love to flip the clock.
Yeah, so white seems to be better for one very simple reason. Bless you, Angelique. How are you?
Good,
Are you right?
good.
All right, awesome.
Perfect. Amazing.
So,
Super excited.
awesome. Okay, so how do you make a progress? You are definitely better, and I think Carissa feels she's better because of this amazing outpost on c5, but alone it's not enough. How do you make some progress? And I have a couple of ideas here. Having a look at this position for exactly 20 seconds. So it could be maybe improving the pieces. Like this is one of my principles when you don't know what to do. Improve your pieces. I'm thinking knight f1, potentially get the knight on d5. Feels kind of slow. And then I noticed that maybe there's a room for excitement at the king side. And I thought maybe h4 is a move. I was thinking,
H4.
yeah, I want to play h5. Like, let's say you do
You
whatever
want to break the position.
Yeah, why not? Like, whatever you do, let's say you make some random stuff. I want to do this. I want to take on g6, activate the bishop, go for the attack. And if you play g5, I thought that now, knight f1 or knight h2, knight g4, I could try to dominate those light squares.
Yeah, I really love it. Bringing one of the knights there, bringing the knight to e3, to g4, yeah. Definitely looks
But black
like
could
an
play
idea.
h5. Yeah? And then I was thinking,
But
knight
now
g5.
g5 is weakness.
Exactly. I kind of like this idea, even though engine doesn't approve. And I think this is some pattern recognition with the pawn structures. The pawn on g6, the knight on e7, it's like a very common thing in these positions. Very often you can play h4, h5, even though white has castle short. But there's probably more ideas here.
Yeah, there should be some ideas for white because so far looking so good. There are no real threats from black in the position. I'm just wondering, do you want to keep the pressure on b5 still there, or do you want to try to attack or maybe remaneuver some pieces?
So do you want to play at the queen side, yeah? This is the
Yeah,
second
that's a
idea.
question. Yeah, do you want to do something on the king side or queen side?
Yeah, I don't know. No, it's an interesting idea to get the knight on a5. Like, try to do some damage to black. But if I take
Knight e5. Oh,
here,
c4.
here,
And now you think, do you take on a4? I guess you should. And somehow I have a feeling there is a pressure on the light squares.
you're right. Yeah, it feels pretty good. According to an engine, and this is not so great. And why? Maybe because
queen
of
b2.
Queen b5.
Ah,
Oh, you
queen
mean queen
b5.
b2? Queen b2, you might be dropping the queen, no?
maybe-
Are you not afraid?
I don't know.
Are you not afraid to drop your queen?
Bishop b5.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
And there is knight e4 also.
You see a pawn, you take
Oh.
a pawn. Yeah, you're one of those players. Yeah.
You have to always to watch out, but I was told that on b2, to take on b2 is bad, even if it's very good.
What does that mean?
I mean, it's like even like if you see that it's good, it's still bad.
Okay. All right. Okay, but I thought actually queen b5 is more like to the point. You hit a lot of pieces. The queen on a2 is under attack, and now the difference is after takes, you're just keeping the pawn. So, yeah, knight c6 is knight c6. Everything is protected. Doesn't feel right. So knight b3.
Oh, she played a move, b4.
e4.
b4 is on the board, so she is playing on the queen side you're mentioning.
Yeah, that's the. This is also a very common idea in some Ryan Lopez positions. You want to play c4,
Oh wow,
fight for space. That's a lovely move.
looks very exciting.
All right, okay, she's doing really well. Let's maybe check the next game. I'm gonna immediately switch to the game of Alexandra Kostanyuk versus Tonshao, where they had the Sicilia and Alapin. Now some moves can be made. This is the current position. The Chinese Grandmaster needs to run with the king away from the center ASAP, as quickly as possible. That's why Bishop E7 was played. And if Kostanyuk wants to organize some attack, her window is closing.
Yeah, you have to create some dynamic ideas now in the position if you want to still keep the king in the center. But how do you do it? Is there even a way to do so? Can you push d5? Can you throw your pawn like similar to what Aronan is doing in his
No,
game?
why not? Yeah, it seems sensible to me. Takes, queen d5.
Knight c7.
Oh my goodness, can't believe I did this.
Oh.
Okay, actually I didn't see this until the very end.
So you have to take with the knight or with the pawn. You don't want to open the e-file, so you take with the knight. Looks very logical. Now what?
Nothing.
Queen g3.
Yeah, queen g3 should castle
Bishop h6, similar to the Vaishali's game, you know, just to give you attack on the king for one move and then go back.
Doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. Okay, d5 we can scratch. Maybe play positionally, like this. Here, and rook c1. Rook c8. Stopping rook c7. Maybe now you take it at the right time. Takes, and play d5. Wait, again I'm blundering, yeah? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Ooh, again
no.
blundering.
No, I thought that this knight is, whatever, defending the pawn.
Knight is defending the pawn.
No, I mean, I thought it's defending the pawn on d5. Yeah, like, I thought I'm going to push d5, trade a couple of times, and have a good knight against the bad bishop. But
But it's okay.
not here.
By the way, some updates in the game of Lim Le against Adin Suleiman Lee. One more time, let's switch on there because this is the most exciting game of the round so far. Big blunders. We see the queens are off the board. And we're getting similar position that, Arthurs, we've been discussing it. We might get something like this earlier on.
So the most we did not see was the capture. Yeah, I mean, actually, this we saw. Bishop c6, king f2, keeping the bishop alive. Queen h4, take it, and knight f6. Not bishop a4. Yeah, this is, by the way, also pretty smart. I mean, check this out. So the knight is under attack. Let's grab it. Yeah, yummy. So takes, and bishop c6. The more pieces I trade, the better. But I think as Suleimanli saw that white is going to keep the pieces on the board. The bishop here, maybe some g4, g5. And it's not so clear. So that's why he decided not to take at a4 and instead offer the bishop trade. That is smart.
Very smart. You want to kill that bishop on g2, not to get white any bishop pair advantage in this endgame, and just try to play very safe, getting, well, extra exchange. It's so much, and especially if there is no compensation for it, something that ID wants to look at carefully. But you don't want to miss any, hidden opportunities which your opponent has. So he has to be very, very careful. So knight c3 back. What is Liam's idea to stay in the game?
Yeah, like limit the amount of trades that you can do. Keep the dark square bishop because black doesn't have a dark square bishop. And pray that it's going to be enough. So here a question to the Azerbaijani Grandmaster. Are you trading the bishops?
I'm sorry, Arthurs, let's move immediately to the game of Yes against Ardogmush against Jose Martinez because some really, I don't know, some really big updates are happening in the position. I don't know what is going on there, but
it feels to be like a blunder.
Is there a problem on f4? What is happening? Is there some... I'm not even sure what it is.
Wait, just a second. Give me a second. Takes. Here. There's something wrong probably with the defense.
Knight e6 or something? No. Or rook e6 even.
Just a second.
Wait, cannot you just take on f4 with a rook and whenever bishop takes you play knight h5 or e4?
I take with the knight h5, knight h5. Okay. I'm calculating this line like rook f4, knight e4, queen e5. I don't see the follow-up.
The follow-up. Okay.
So, yeah, our producer is spoiling. It's beautiful.
No, don't tell us.
Let's think.
Don't tell us the moves.
Let's think. Let's use the brain.
Yes. Let's try to do so. And if you find, also don't tell me. I also would love to find it.
All right. You got it. So it's definitely a forcing move.
Okay. Yours, you can also try to find with us together, writing comments in the broadcast. What do you think is the move? Without using an engine, let's try to find it all together.
My attention is somehow looking at rook f4 because rook f4, bishop takes to d4 allows knight h5.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
The key idea is knight f4. So what happens there?
But also I'm looking at some kind of... yeah, it's a bit tough. And I see, by the way, on Yes' expression that he might see it because he's literally jumping off from his chair right now. I have a feeling that he sees the move. I have a feeling that he found the continuation because it's not even a time trouble yet. I mean, it's 22 minutes, but it's not real time trouble yet for him. But he's already jumping off the chair and he's about to make a move. Look at him. He's reaching for a move a few times with the hand, but Arthurs, let's try to find it ourselves before Yes finds it, because then we're going to be Followed with the beauty.
So it's like a puzzle, yeah? So we know it's a puzzle. I mean, he doesn't know it's a puzzle, but this is why you do these thousands of puzzles. I don't see it yet. Bishop takes to the 4.
Bishop takes on a 4 is played, and apparently the best move in the position. That's what we thought. Taking on a 4, either with a rook or with a bishop. So you cannot take with a bishop f4 because of knight h5. You're forced to take with a knight on f4.
Yeah, so not a 4. I think it's rook f4, queen f4, queen e3, g6, knight e. Okay, let me just show you on the board. Maybe I'm wrong. Like takes, bishop f4 is not h5, rook f4, queen f4, queen e3. If you play g6, knight e6, f takes on e6, queen g7, queen g6,
Wow,
queen f7, mate.
insane.
Wait, it still continues. So takes,
We can also make the moves, Arturs, because we
Takes.
have analysis board.
takes. Here, I'm threatening with a checkmate. You can't do it. You play rook d8, and there's got to be a mate. So queen h7, king goes here, knight something, maybe. No, I still don't see the full sequence. Like, it feels it's very, very close here. Something like knight e6 or knight h5.
Is there knight e6, bishop g6? Knight e6, bishop h6, queen h8 threat?
No.
No, apparently not. We have also some
Knight
knight h5, but you have to watch out.
Knight f5 is also a move because this might be a win. No, it's not a win. Actually, it's a loss. No, it's a win. Like I saw this sequence.
But there was a queen h4 immediately, maybe?
There was. Yeah, like I wanted to show this sequence. Rook e8 check, king f3. The queen is under attack, and it's a checkmate on the board.
Oh, absolutely insane.
So takes. It's happening. Rook f4. Queen f4. Queen e3. Rook d8. Queen h7. King f8. Is it the other knight? It's the other knight.
It's the other knight not to allow queen h2 any kind of business.
Takes. Queen h2, king f1, queen h1, king e2 check, rook e8 check, king f3, black resigns.
Absolutely insane. Wow.
So beautiful.
So beautiful.
And it's happening.
We'll see it on the board. Queen right now is on d3. You have to stop it. Do you think right now Jose is realizing what is happening?
I mean, like if your opponent who is 2700 elo player, he went for this, you know you're done immediately. Like even if you don't see it right now, you see your opponent's body language, and then you're like, what I'm missing? Oh, that's what I'm missing. Yes, of course. Queen h7, knight f5, and there's no defense apparently because g6 is knight e6. It's just a mate, and rook d8 again. You can't stop this. Rook d8, queen h7, king f8, and not this knight, but the other knight.
And this is how it happens. You just let one opportunity slide, and Yezer Dogbush finding the best sequence, finding these brilliant moves. Now he's in the big content to shake up the leaderboard, because with this victory he will get 4 extra points. For him it's going to be 13 points after this, which is going to mean he might have a chance to stay in the finals. I mean, what a round, Artus. We've been discussing it at the beginning of the show. There will be some big changes in the leaderboard, and we see rook d8 was played. Queen h7, will we see it? Let's just follow this game from here.
Martinez gets up from the board. He tries to pose some confidence, but I think at this stage he should know that queen h7, knight f5 is incoming.
Do you think he's doubting
No,
what
I don't
Yes
think
is
so.
having now?
No, I think he knows. He knows that these things do not happen randomly. The only hope maybe again for him is that there's some kind of a distraction.
But wouldn't he be more surprised in this position? Like, because whenever you see this rook f4 sacrificing in exchange, you have to expect, something. But looking from his body language and reaction, he's completely chill.
No, I think that you're sitting there with black.
Queen h7 on the board.
Yeah, I think that you're sitting there with black. Your opponent plays rook f4. You know you're done immediately at this stage. Like, even if you don't see it, like, that's it. Yeah, so, and then you try to calculate why this is happening. Oh, yeah, that's why it's happening. So, king f8, knight. So, this is going to happen. King f8, knight f5. And if this sequence loses for black, then maybe he has to try to escape with the king to the queen side. We have not yet checked this. but it probably doesn't work.
Yeah, and Jose is not yet even at the board, so probably he decided to take some time to relax a bit. But for Yes, there is not a single moment to be relaxed here. By the way, 20 minutes for Yezer Dogmush. It's move 22, but if it is the winning attack, then he might spend almost all of his time to deliver, some brilliances as he already have done with Rook F4.
There's a total mayhem happening today. Like, it's unbelievable because yesterday it was essentially quiet before the storm. This is hailstorm here in Biel Congress Center right now, and what a perfect moment to do it in the final round of the classical tournament. King of 8 was just played. We expect knight d to f5 to be played, and for the maximum grandmaster, the only idea I can think of is to run away, run forest run for the queenside.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else you can do?
Can he do it though? That's a big question. Can you really run? Because
we can analyze it, yeah.
let's maybe shortly look at it. So knight d to f5.
Let's say king e8. What else?
King
What
E8.
else? Yeah. So
now we have different ideas in this position. You can take the pawn on g7, and then after, you have to take with the king. So
nah,
king
it's
will
got
not
to be a mate.
escape.
It's got to be a mate. Like, there's no chance that this
Bishop
king is
f5.
going to survive.
Bishop f5 immediately. King is not escaping anywhere. And then rook e1 or rook d1.
Even a fork.
Knight h5.
You choose. You choose. Yeah, like bishop f5. I think bishop f5 is the cleanest, to be honest.
Because king cannot escape anymore.
Yeah. King e7. King d. Maybe king d6. Try to run here. So where's the win? Knight e4. Is it the mate? King e5. What am I missing? Ah, king e7. Okay.
Oh.
There's still some tricks.
But why not rook d1?
Rook d1. I run away.
Rook d1. You're escaping.
Yep.
So maybe you have to prepare with the b4? No.
Let's think. Let's think.
Queen f7 is another way to do it. Queen
Yes.
f7, more threats in the position.
Actually, maybe, yeah, queen f7 is very direct because it comes with knight e4.
Knight e4 check, not checkmate threat, but you're winning queen.
Looks like it. So this was the sequence.
Wow.
I would say knight f5. And I think this is what Erdomas is trying to calculate right now. Knight f5, king e8, knight g7, king d7, knight e6, king e6, bishop f5, king d6, and queen f7 with a threat of knight e4, king e5, queen e6, checkmate on the board. So, nah, this king is done.
And we see again the piano which Yezer Dogmush is playing on the board, jumping off his chair, having right now 17 minutes for 18 more moves that he has to be played, but maybe there will be not so many moves in this game, but absolutely exciting position for him. What a round, Arturs.
Yeah. Like, also, I see there's some crazy action happening in the game of Levon Aronian versus Matthias Bluebaum. Yeah, so all the Masters games, like here, Erdomas is crushing after Martinez's blunder. Also, Limle, the three-time Biel chess champion, he blundered an exchange against Adin Soleimani. Matthias Bluebaum versus Levon Aronian is total madness happening. Then we have some unexpected potential results at the Challenger
We have
tournament.
knight on the board. Knight d to f5, the best move just played by Yezer Dogmush. Super exciting chess at Biel. We are witnessing some critical result for the overall rankings. Dear viewers, we are going to take a very short break to be back and see what will happen when Aydin Suleimanli managed to score a victory against Liam Le, and will Yezer Dogmush win against Jose Martinez. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Every summer, in the heart of Switzerland, the world gathers around one game. For 2 unforgettable weeks, Biel becomes the meeting point of the international chess world. Countries, cultures, generations, countless stories brought together under one roof. Here a child may sit across from someone who has spent a lifetime at the board. Passionate amateurs, compete just a few meters from tomorrow's stars. And on the main stage, some of the world's strongest grandmasters battle for every square, every second, and every opportunity. Different languages, different backgrounds, different ambitions. Yet across 64 squares, everyone understands the same truth. Every move is a decision, and every decision can change the game. Chess demands strategy, patience, and the courage under pressure. But beyond calculation, there's something more. Creativity, the ability to see what others cannot yet see, to imagine possibilities where none seem to exist, and to transform a single idea into a moment no one will forget. That is the spirit of Biel. Here we celebrate more than world-class competition. We celebrate the handshake before the battle, the silence before a decisive move, the conversation after the game, friendships formed across cultures, and inspiration passed from one generation to other. Different nations, different generations, different dreams, one shared passion. This is where creativity meets competition, where strangers become opponents and opponents become friends. This is where chess connects the world. This is Biel. This is the Biel Chess Festival. One game, endless possibilities.
And welcome back, dear viewers, to the most exciting part that we have at the 5th round of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon. These are the games which are ongoing. You can see all kinds of evaluations bar in the position. We see one game is absolutely the highest. It's Jezer Dogmush against Jose Martinez. The other one is just the most on the bottom is Aydin Suleiman Lee against Lim Le. I mean, so many crazy games that we're having here in the classical because format is indicating that because winning the game, you're getting 4 points, and some players would like to risk to get those 4 points.
Yeah, and today is a storm happening here in Biel. As you can see, a couple of positions are promising us a decisive result. We saw earlier Jose Martinez Alcantara blundering a beautiful combination against Erdomus, and this is the top middle board where the young Turkish star is calculating the winning sequence, which I think involves knight x on e6. We definitely are going to check it out. There you go, knight x
Let's
on
go
e6.
to the game immediately. Let's go there. We have the movement coming.
Played and Lim Le, of course, still has his terrible position against
Aydin Suleiman Lee.
Aydin Suleiman Lee. So, bishop f5. That's what we're discussing, right?
Bishop b5, very nice moves. Stopping any ideas of king escaping to the queen side, because this is something what Jose wants right now, to escape with a king in this position. But which other moves do you have also in this position? Because you don't want to play something like rook e1, there will be bishop e5. No, and bishop f5 looks like the most straightforward
I
one.
mean, rook e1 is also a move. I would not really discard it because you bring the rook in the game. But I think that bishop f5 is very straightforward.
Yeah, I think the problem with the rook e1, we can also analyze it. Rook e1, bishop e5, and now after bishop f5 check, there might be king d6, king c7 escape. I see evaluation bar still says it's completely winning, but
Knight d4 or knight f5. Wait, so this is still winning apparently?
maybe bishop f5.
The same idea, yeah?
Bishop
f5 here and queen f7.
Oh, and you cannot escape anywhere.
Oh, rook e1 is good.
So you can choose many moves in this position, how you would like to win, but as you're mentioning, yeah, bishop f5 is more straightforward. 12 minutes, by the way, for Turkish Grandmaster. One more time, dear viewers, there is no increment till move 40. Now it's move 25. You can see it in the top left of the corner, and also how much time Yes is spending. Very cool feature that we have here from our producer. And yeah, king e6 is the last move played. Yes has to understand how he's going to proceed the attack, but okay, bishop f5 immediately played.
I think it also signals that he has figured things out. And king f6 walks into a knight h5 fork. We talked about this. King e5 just allows to bring the rook in the game. Rook e1 check. Maybe the other move we have not really checked is
King e7, which is played, but one more time, rook e1.
he wants to play bishop e5.
So he wants to get similar position, which what we were discussing.
Like this is what he's trying to set up.
But cannot we just try to play something like knight h5 here, attacking the queen? We want to win the bishop, or even queen g7, winning the bishop in the next move.
Yeah, queen g7 could be a move. King d6 or rook d5. I think he found like the best practical chance to stay in the game. I'm actually more inclined to look at rook e4 here.
Oh, rook e4, I love it. Rook e4, you have to watch out for queen c1 or rook d1 checks. So you have to calculate it a bit more carefully here.
Yeah, so there might be this check or queen c1 check. Let's say queen c1 here. You cannot.
We have moves on the board. By the way,
take.
rook e1 has been played, so we are heading there.
Yeah, that's the position. So let's try it again.
Rook e1, bishop e5 is played, so yeah, rook e5, rook
e4
e4.
check, queen c1, king h2. This is under attack. King f6 probably is going to be some mate. Knight h5. f6 is impossible. Rook d5 could be a thing, and king d6 probably immediately loses after this.
Similar ideas we had in the previous line. Queen f7, many threats in the position.
Here. And there's most likely again a mate.
You can play some rook move. You can actually play rook e1, knight e4.
Yeah, I
It's
just want to
forcing.
think a bit here. So wait, where's the win? Where's the win?
If you move the rook, knight e4 is a threat.
Yeah.
You can play also b4, queen d7, checkmate threat in the position.
Yeah, we can do that. Feels like... Ah, wait, this is the cleanest. To give a check, here, and take. Takes,
Oh.
and queen d4 check.
And just win.
I mean, there's probably many ways. Like, I cannot immediately spot things. I have to think for a while. And the other, like, check I can think of is maybe this check. King h2, you cannot take it because the bishop takes. Queen f2, maybe this is how the game could continue. Takes, and king f6. So I'm threatening with a mate, and I'm threatening to win the rook.
And we have a move on the board. Rook e4 has been played. So we might get to this line here.
So I think he is sure about this. So once again, this is the sequence. I think it's
Let's
pretty
go
forcing.
live. Let's see what is happening. So rook e4 has been played. What was the response?
Check.
Rook
Here,
d1.
here, here, here. Oh wait, I'm just blundering knight e4. Yeah,
Oh, knight e4.
knight e4, knight f2, and it's a win. So if you can't do this, then there's nothing you can do. Yeah, rook e4 just wins.
Rook e4, and now king is hiding on h2. Of course, there is a pin on the bishop and the queen on this h2 and b8 diagonal. But it doesn't feel like it's enough here, the position. Queen f2 would be nice to create some winning checkmate threats. By the way, yes is already having 9 minutes 40 seconds, but probably will not even matter. The game will not even reach the 40th move here, since he's completely winning. And Jose understands it. Jose sees it, and he has 53 minutes, by the way, on the clock. Will he try to use it, Artus? What do you think, to try to find some ways, or he understands the position is already done?
I mean, he already knows he's done for quite a while, I think.
Oh.
So the best you can do is like do your best shot, the last chance. If the opponent finds it, then you resign. I think it's queen f2, rook e5, king f6, knight e4, then you resign.
What
right
about
there.
queen c1? Ah, there is just, you just take the bishop and there is no pin. I just wanted to create the checkmate threat, but it's not working.
Yeah, so queen c1
Yeah.
would be threatening with a checkmate, the rook e5, eliminates the bishop, it's gone. Two minor pieces for the rook and the pawn, and the king is exposed. There's no hope here for black. Rook h8. Rook h8, queen h8.
Queen e4.
No hope. Let me put it like
Rook
some tricks.
h8, queen h8, queen e4.
Oh, what I'm missing?
Rook h... no. Queen e4 maybe? I don't know. No, queen e4, right? Queen
The what?
e4.
What?
Queen e4.
I take it.
Yeah, and I take
Oh,
the queen.
the queen's under it. I'm just missing so many things today. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, but then rook h8.
Rook h8 is on the board.
It's on the board. But I think I can simply take, and go back.
Oh.
It's good enough.
Rook f4 is on the board. Yes, is taking the queen in this position.
Yep. Okay. So Jose found his best chance. I think this is, a very good trait of strong players. So even here, like you would have thought, queen h8 it wins. No, queen e4. There's a counterattack.
So yeah, rook has just took the queen on f4. We might see rook h7 very fast in next move. 9 minutes for yes, Dogmush, for the next 10 moves. Will he be able to play them all?
And rook e4,
Rook
yeah.
e4 very quickly replied. He is fully ready. So now the problem for black is that the rook is under attack as well as the bishop. But now rook g7.
Okay, this game is going to continue for a while because White is winning 2 minor pieces for the rook. So White is technically winning here. You can see Jose is going to play for a while.
Now watch out, because if you step away with your rook, there might be rook g3 and queen king f5 idea.
That's a good shot, yeah. And that's why plays a 4. Oh, there's the resignation. No!
Oh, wow.
What a beautiful game.
Beautiful
What a
game, but
by
yes, Dogmush finding this stunning idea, taking on a 4, then sacrificing an exchange, attacking, giving such incredible game. This is absolutely incredible. And
Look at also the expression of Martinez. He was like nodding to his opponent, like, yeah, that was a really beautiful combination. You got me there, yeah. Like at least he stays in good spirits. It was a one-move blunder, but what a beautiful reputation it was.
And what important result for Yezer Dogmush, because right now he's getting 4 extra points, which is shaking up the leaderboard, and he's getting even higher, trying to secure his chances to remain for the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon. But while the players are discussing, we have so much action happening. Arthurs, this game is over. Exciting one, but we have also Aydin Suleimanli and then Slim Le in the top right corner. The action is spicing up. There is an extra material for the Azerbaijani Grandmaster, but Lim Le is trying to resist.
He is. Also, I think we have to go to the game of Matthias Blumen versus Levon Avronian, because this was one of the most exciting games of the round at the very start, but then it was overshadowed by those blunders that happened in the game of the other boards of the Masters. So this is the current position. There was a lot of action going on. I mean, we left it. Maybe I'll just show you very quickly without super big analysis, because we have to focus on what's present. This is the current position. Black is down a pawn, but he has a plenty of activity for it. So we left it here after bishop f2. What we missed was the move e5. Actually, we saw this one. Knight e2, takes, rook e8. Black is getting some dynamics. Bishop f3, bishop f5, shot castle, knight e3. The first thing that comes to my mind, Angelika, is this one of the famous World Championship match games between Anatoly Karpov with White against Garry Kasparov. This was in one of the Sicilians, where Kasparov parked the knight on d3 and then just outplayed Karpov in a beautiful positional manner. Feels like deja vu. Here, the knight on d3, Garry Kasparov once joked it's worth a rook. And that's the position we have right here.
Yeah, we have some big pressure from Levon. As already mentioned, he sacrificed a pawn. He's getting this attack of the pieces. His rooks are active. There is a pressure on the d4 pawn. So anytime he's threatening to take it, do you defend here as White your pawn on d4, or do you want to try to give it up as fast as possible? What do you think?
That is a very good question. I'm not sure if I really care about the pawn on d4. Maybe I should care. But I have a feeling that if Black takes on d4, gives up his Daxwa bishop, then my bishop pair somehow is going to operate better. I think that if I'm playing with White, I'm more concerned about the knight on d3. What do I do with this? Because it annoys me. I don't like it, and maybe Matthias is thinking this is how it fell for Anatoly Karpov those many years ago. But you can't easily trade it, can you? Like knight c1, Black is going to take on d4 with the rook, or with the bishop, with a check. It's not so easy.
It's not so easy at all, but we are having some news, so we might see some special guests. So dear viewers, we are getting our very, very short break before someone special is joining us in the studio. So don't go anywhere. We'll have an exciting guest with us. Short.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the 59th International Beach Chess Festival. We're following the action of the 5th round of the Masters and Generation Challengers Triathlon. Here we have a very special guest with us here, the young Yez Erdomus from Turkey, who just won a spectacular game against Jose Martinez Alcantara. Yes, welcome here.
Thank you. It was a very exciting game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still shocked. I just want to analyze the game. I'm very curious about the engine analyze, and I also want to show some lines. It was like there was a lot of tactics. Yeah.
All right, without further ado, let's go to the game
Yeah.
and let's try to figure out what happened there. And now we're going to maybe start from the very beginning. So we are going to switch off the engine, obviously.
Yeah.
As I understand, you're not entirely sure about the entire sequence, are you?
Sorry.
About the entire sequence of the winning combination? Or were there
I
some
think-
questions?
Okay, I will go move by move.
Sure.
Yeah, I will just explain everything. So until here, I think this is just big theory. There's a5 here, rook e8, bishop d7. But he just played the interesting move, bishop e6. Okay, the thing is that I cannot take on e6 because f e6, then he has some queen h4, I mean rook f7, rook f8, a big compensation. So I decided to play bishop c2. Maybe, okay, somewhere I can go queen d3, and I can take on g6. Yeah, I mean, bishop c2 is a good move, actually. So, okay, here I actually missed this knight f4 move. Yeah, and first I started to calculate bishop f4, knight f4, queen f3, this line. But he plays bishop d4, queen f4, bishop b6, rook d1, and queen g5. And I don't have anything here. So, and if I play rook a d1 here, he can take on f2 and then like queen g5 or something. He doesn't have any problem. So I was a bit sad when I saw this bishop d4, queen f4, bishop b6. But then I saw this move rook e4, and there are like a lot of lines to calculate. Okay, knight g2. I saw this move, and my idea was to just take this. Maybe I can go for some rook e6 lines, but you know it's very complicated, and I don't need to take that risk. So I thought, okay, let me just take, and after bishop d5, some move like this, or maybe knight f3. I thought I will play with the two pieces, and okay, he can also play move like. He can also play something like this, and yeah, the thing is that I cannot play this because he has bishop d5. Yeah, that's the point of this move. But here I think I calculated some line with h4, I guess. Queen h4, queen f3. It was something I actually forget. But okay, I thought like queen g5 is very unnatural. Like if he plays this, I thought I can start to calculate
He's
other
spinning
moves.
the knight himself, yeah?
Yeah, but I mean the thing is that only queen f3 he has bishop d5. Yeah, that's the only trick. But okay, even if I play like some calm move, I should be better here. Yeah, okay. I mean this is very unnatural move. I thought he will also go for queen f6, and yeah, queen f6, queen f3. So okay, here I calculated everything. If he plays this, maybe he can go for this time. But I have rook e6 here. Okay, that's why this is not working. And if he plays this, actually this line is complicated. Bishop f4. Yeah, if he goes back, I think this is just very passive because I go knight h5, queen f5, g4, and if he goes like queen b5, I calculate some bishop h6 stuff here.
G takes queen f6,
Yeah, g takes queen f6, but still this is very complicated. Maybe, okay, it says 0-0, but okay, I was ready to going for these positions because I mean today I really wanted to win the game, so I was ready to take a big risk. So yeah, I mean, but you know his pieces just looks very bad. So I thought like my feeling said that there should be something. So after g4 bishop h6, okay, I thought I will just go there. So I stopped to calculate it. Yeah, and if he plays bishop d5 here, I have knight h5, and yeah, okay, if he takes this, I will take, and you know I'm piece up. And if he goes for something like queen f5, yeah, my idea was g4 again, and yeah, bishop e4, bishop e4, bishop f2, king f2, and okay, I'm a piece up here also. And yeah, I actually calculated some line here, but I forgot. But I mean, this looks very good for me actually.
Looks really scary for black to go here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this queen h4 was interesting line. I saw bishop g3 here. Takes. Okay, I can't. Okay, this is just losing, but yeah, that's what I saw. I was going to play this, and maybe he can just go queen d8 because if I take f5, and but here there should be some. Ah, okay, I have rook d4. Sorry. And bishop f3, I have rook d8. So okay, he has to go queen g5 here. And okay, at least I have some h4. I mean, this is very complicated.
Yeah.
But I thought my pieces looks good. I don't have risk here. I thought, okay, I have to go for this. I mean, there should be definitely something. Like, that's what I thought in the game. So, yeah, he also saw the same things, probably. And he decided to go for bishop c7. But I think he blundered this rook f4. This is very nice move, because if bishop f4, I have knight h5.
Yeah.
And it's a, yeah.
A
it's
question to you,
fork.
yes. How quickly did you spot this? Like, this was this some kind of a pattern recognition for you, like, or it was immediately click and you saw it?
I immediately saw this. Like I thought, because there's always this this diagonal, and I can when he plays g6, I can always take this, but this knight defends this. So I thought maybe just I saw these things, and I just I saw rook f4 easily here. I thought like bishop f4, knight h5, because the line is forced. That's the good thing, because yeah, queen f4, queen d3. Now he has to go rook d8 or rook e8. That's also forced. And yeah, I think rook e8. Yeah, my idea was to give check and then rook e1. That was my idea, I think. And
Because knight f5 no longer works.
Yeah.
I think this is also pretty important.
yeah, this is not working. Let me show. Yeah, there's queen h2 and then queen h1 mate. So I have to go rook e1 first. Now I want to go knight f5, and if he plays some bishop e5, I thought some knight f3 here and knight h5 because there's no longer queen h2. So yeah, he played rook d8. I mean, I think this is also easily losing. Queen h7, king f8, knight this knight obviously, because if I go with this knight, he has bishop c4 here and queen g1. I get mated. And yeah, if I go with this knight, now it's just completely over. Oh, he didn't go for this, but let me show you how I win this. Yeah, if he goes king e8 here, my idea was queen g8, king d7. There's this forced line, rook d1. If king c8, I have knight e7 and it's mate. And if king e6, I have bishop b3, king f5. Yeah, queen f7, king g5. I saw something like this, and it's just mate. And oh wait, he can go here. Sorry, maybe just just rook d4. Yeah, rook d4. That's what I saw in the game. So I calculated all these lines, and I decided to go knight f5. Okay, he also saw the same. He played king e8, knight g7. Yeah, we went for this line. I also calculated these things. Yeah, here I saw this rook e4 move. Maybe I don't need this. Maybe just bishop g4 is. Oh, it says it's a bad move. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, there's rook
Rook
d2. No, there's rook
Rook
d2. Yeah.
Rook d2.
Yeah, because rook h8, I have queen g7. Because the thing is that if I go queen g7, there's rook d1 here. So.
Oh, we didn't see this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I thought bishop g4 to defend rook d1, but he has rook d2 here. So okay, what I played was correct then. Okay, if he goes rook h8 here, it doesn't matter. I can do the same. And yeah, he just gave check. And here, okay, queen f2. Maybe he can try this, but this is also losing with a force variation, something like this. Yeah. And I go. Okay, I go here, and okay, this is also losing. So he just played rook h8. Okay, rook h7, rook e4. Okay, maybe he has to go something like this to not lose immediately. But okay, I just go rook e2, bishop c2, bishop b3, knight f5. Like it's just completely over g4. Yeah, so he just wanted to go for this line, maybe because the thing is that if I go back, he has rook g3. So okay, but after f4, he cannot prevent knight h5, so he resigned here.
Yeah, so overall it was a really beautiful game. Yes.
Yeah,
The
lot of
question is,
tactics.
did you see like the entire sequence from the very beginning, or it was like first you spotted the idea of rook takes on a 4, and then you got things along the way? Like,
So I okay, when I play rook e4, I didn't see this rook f4 move. But after he played queen f6, queen f3, then I started to calculate all the moves, and I also calculate bishop c7. When he played queen f6, I saw the bishop f4. Like I saw all of these things when he played bishop c7.
wow, it's really impressive. What did he say to you after the game? Because we saw you briefly discussing.
Yeah, we were discussing about this position. Let me show you. Yeah, we were discussing about this position, and we obviously talk about this line, which I showed before. Okay, I think this is only chance, but he said that okay, this looks bad. Okay, I have also some moves, rook e6 instead of bishop h6 maybe. Yeah, we talk about this time, but this also looks, the pieces are, all of my pieces just attacking, and his pieces, looks very bad. So, both we feel that this should be very good for white.
Yeah. Would you have played it yourself like that with black?
No, obviously not. Okay, I would actually play something like a5 here. I mean, because if I go like queen f3, he can take this, and if he don't have risk anymore, and like a4, maybe some solid move. Like okay, he has to play solid here. Maybe bishop d7 here, rook e8. I don't know. Yeah, but he just went for this bishop e6, and after that, like there was a lot of calculation, a lot of complicated position.
Yeah, and one small question about this bishop d7. Were you planning to go for the isolated pawn structure with bishop takes on d5, or you want to have some attack?
Yeah, bishop d7. I wanted to go for some kind of position like this, and I want to play long game. Okay, maybe like knight e5. Okay, I have bishop h6, and okay, my idea is to go queen d2. Rook c1, knight e2, something like this. I wanted to play on this pawn. Yeah, that was my idea. I want to play a long game.
All right, awesome game from you, yes. Small question, were you also following the action that was happening in the other Masters tournament? Like, what was your first reaction when you saw Lim Le blundering the knight a7?
Yeah, I was completely shocked. Probably what he was calculating was after queen e5, he calculated some bishop d7, knight b6, rook e5 stuff, but he just completely missed bishop f2. And after that, it's just over, and probably he just... I mean, Aydin is just winning now. Yeah, I don't know the position.
That's what it looks like. Your expectations from tomorrow's Blitz?
Okay, I didn't play Blitz for a long time over the board. But, okay, Blitz is obviously fun, and I trust myself. I will give my best. Yeah, we'll see.
All right, good luck to you. Thank you for joining us. This was Gerard Domos from Turkey, who won a great game today against Jose Martinez Alcantara, involving a fascinating combination. But we, dear viewers, we're following the commentary of the 5th round from the classical tournament, because one game is officially over. The other ones are following. Here we see the overview of the other games. Lim Le is still down the exchange against Aydin Suleimanli. He's trying to survive. And then we have an update, also Matthias Blubaum versus Levon Aronian. That's the upper left corner. Aronian's knight, by the way, now it's gone from d3, it's on c2. He's trying to get back the pawn on d4. But about the challengers, let's see. Carissa Yip on the lower left corner. She has... Is that an extra pawn? No, it's not an extra pawn. There's a bishop on a4 for white. She has some pressure. The lower middle board, Alexandra Kosenyuk versus Ton Shao. It is something a bit misplayed for Alexandra Kosenyuk. And finally, then we have Vaishali versus Marco Materia, where the Indian player is still having a bit of a pressure, but is it enough, Angelika? Or not? Angelika, by the way, is back in the studio.
I am back. Guess who's back? Back again. But it was an absolutely incredible interview with Jezer Dogmush, one of the best games so far for him in the tournament, and definitely the game of the day, Arthurs. I think so. You agree with me. And one of the rising stars, maybe future world champion. We'll find out in a few years.
His calculation abilities were mind-boggling. Like, I'm a GM, and I was trying to keep up, and he all the lines left and right, here and down, everything's winning. Or like, okay, I got it. Like, I understood most of the part, but his speed is incredible.
Yeah, his speed is definitely impressing. But let's go to the game of Matthias Bluebaum against Levon Aronian. I think we stopped looking at that game before the action finished in the Yezer Dogmush against Jose Martinez. By the way, Arturs, I predicted it. Yes, I said that Yes is going to win. When the position was very unclear, you said it will be draw, so it's 1-0 for me for
I
so
really
far.
don't remember what I said. No. Jokes aside.
Let's
you're spot
rewind
on.
the stream. Let's go back. Let's go back.
You were right. You were right. And also, as Jeske said here in the interview, that he felt that he was willing to take some risks to get a better position for the upcoming Blitz tournament and qualify for top 4, shaking up the rankings. So, what do we have here? Bluebaum still has an extra pawn against Aronian, but the Armenian Grandmaster has 2 bishops, some considerable pressure. In terms of the clock situation, White is doing a bit better, 22 minutes versus 15 for Black. Move 28, not really a time scramble situation, somehow probably balanced.
Balanced indeed, because there is a big pressure from Levon, so there is definitely a compensation for that pawn. White's pieces are located not ideally. I mean, bishop on f3 is a great piece, but you would love to remaneuver somewhere the knight, which is obliged to defend the pawn on d4. But for Black, it's a bishop pair, which also makes the position very interesting, since all of these bishops are just targeting the queen side, targeting the pawn on d4, on b2 potentially. A very beautiful position of Black pieces. But is there something more to it for any of the side, Arturs, or it's just balanced?
Yeah, that's... you always ask very good questions, Angelique. You
And
know,
very difficult questions, yeah?
They're difficult questions that have no easy answers. Like, visually, I think if I would have to choose a side, I would pick Black, because it seems that Black's game is easier a bit. Like, you have beautifully positioned pieces. The pawn on b7 is under attack. I mean, you can defend it, rook d7 or b6, but probably it's balanced because most likely Black cannot get back more than this pawn. Would you play White?
I'm not so sure, because I really would love to have this development of the pieces activity as a Black has, because I feel like it's easier to playing Black in this situation. Even though you have extra pawn with White, your pieces are crumbled. And we see, by the way, bishop d3 is on the board, already asking direct questions, because bishop e2, take on d4 is a direct threat in the position. How do you handle it?
It's a direct draw threat, actually.
Draw threat.
Levon is threatening with a draw right here. Bishop takes on e2, rook takes on e2, bishop takes on d4, bishop takes on b2, and go home. Or maybe he's getting a bit ambitious here. But jokes aside, let's go here.
Let's go.
Takes,
Bishop
Takes.
take. Ah.
takes, here.
Uh-huh.
You gotta take with the rook. And all the excitement ends right
But
here.
I was thinking, can you take on e2 with a bishop instead of with a rook? Or there is still bishop d4 tactics?
I'm gonna do the same.
Still take, yeah, because on e2,
takes, and
rook b4, probably just b6.
b6. Yeah, just b6.
Yeah,
Well,
not so
yeah.
exciting.
Well, this is unfortunately not so exciting, but it's been a tremendous game so far. And I think that, of course, Livonian, what do I say?
Aron Levonian.
It's like a combination.
Yeah, that happens, that happens.
Aronian. So,
Yeah.
so he would love to continue, but how? How do you else
Yeah.
continue instead of bishop d3? You
Yeah.
play maybe some quieter moves. b6.
By the way, move 28 in the position, 12 more moves have to be played.
What was that?
Oi, what happened? What is happening?
I mean, our producer is telling me to do this.
We are following the straight instructions
This
from
is
Big,
Magnus's.
the best producer.
This is Magnus's reaction. No. How do I get back to pieces? Actually. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Wow. I didn't know. I didn't know you can do that. Actually, you can press the F button.
Let's do again.
All right. So anyway,
Yeah.
so quite an amazing feature here by chess.com. Clearly influenced by this. Was this in Norway chess? When
Yeah.
Magnus slammed the table? Were
Last
you there?
year, I was in the playing hall, by the way. I was in the playing hall. I was not filming, but I was just looking, watching for the games. And I saw that Magnus might have been in the trouble in the game against Gukesh, but the table slam no one expected. Like, everyone was in complete shock. All photographers, everyone who was making videos, whole social media crew, everyone was complete shocked that something like this happened in the game. Also, after that, there became some stories. You know, some federations said, "Oh, this is against the ethic of chess. You cannot do such things." But this is why we love chess, because we want to see emotions. Okay, what is happening here? What?
Apparently, there's some new features by chess.com. I mean,
You can throw the pieces away?
Magnus has made a lot of impact here. There's apparently boxing. There's the this button, yeah. Anyway, quite amazing thing here. But funny stuff aside, I have a feeling, Angelica, that this game is still going to finish in a draw. Very, very high-class game. I don't know, maybe according to an engine, Matthias had some better chances at some stage, but the creativity of the Armenian player, it seems, that has allowed him to escape. Maybe Matthias is thinking about some d5 idea here, to not to accept the draw offer, the draw threat.
He might think so, but while Matthias is taking his time, we have so many exciting battles in the other games. One of the game of the Masters we haven't checked yet. I would suggest to go to Limle again against Aydin Suleimanli, because that's where Aydin has a huge opportunity to win. Also, we have some big updates in the Generations Challenge, but we're going to go to there later because it's Tong Xiao who is having huge advantage against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. But let's first update on this game.
Huge results, yeah, today in both sections. So what do we see here? Again, a couple of moves have been made, quite a bit few actually, since the last time we checked it, and it feels like here Suleimanli is making good progress. He's still up at exchange. His pieces are well positioned, and Limle is trying to somehow keep the position together. Might be not enough.
Yeah, I mean, exchange is still an exchange, Arturs, and even though the position looks like there are no open files in the position, still rooks mean a lot here, and anytime the file can be opened. I can see ideas of pushing f4 already for black. Knight e6 has just been played, implying that f4 is already a threat. You can try to close the position, but then suddenly e3 square is going to be a liability. Maybe rerouting the knight somewhere there would be an idea. What else do you see in the position, Arturs? What could be an idea for Aydin to try to convert this to a win?
Trade pieces. That's I think that's my only idea. Like, I love your idea of f4 because you gain a bit more space. Maybe first play, but then you give away the e4 square. Yeah, like f4, g4. I love the idea that you want to control the e3 square, but I would like want to simplify my position a bit. I want to trade the knights. I want to trade the rooks. I want to trade
everything
couple
possible.
Of pieces. Yes, exactly. Everything possible. I just keep myself to rook versus bishop and many pawns. So rook c5. I think this is black's threat right now. And
Arturs, let's go to the game Matthias against Livon, because I think we're seeing the final moments of the game and we'll be seeing handshake very shortly. We see already the trades have been happened. The threat of the draw has been accepted by Matthias Blubaum.
he just simply decided not to walk away from it, and here we see it's move 38. Is there a threat of repetition? I think there is. They're going to call the arbiter. I think, gentlemen, you could just go to the move 40 actually there, and no need for the arbiter being involved. But all right, draw is agreed. High-class game.
Yeah, there was a 3-foot repetition with the bishop they had on the board. That's what...
No, they're going to still check it. I thought
Anna
they actually
is
shook hands
checking.
already.
Yeah,
Yes,
we have a
it's draw.
confirmation. It's a 3-foot repetition. Exciting game. When we started the round, this was the most exciting game that we thought is going to be in the final round, but the other players were like, no, we're going to show you what the real excitement is. But definitely, as you're mentioning, very adventurous draw, Arthurs, but I suggest we go back to the other games we have, because right now Limle is trying to open up the queen side.
Yeah, it was looking really promising, and I think that Matthias did the right thing. He definitely complicated things, and Levon decided to answer his call. They had definitely a lot of fun, and this is what happens. That play at highest level, you complicate things, none of the players make mistakes. Well, it ends out with a perfect draw. Here we see the Vietnamese Grandmaster is avoiding the rook trade, but for this to happen, he has to trade the bishop. So again, we missed this moment here. Right here, after 96, as I was explaining, rook c5 was the threat. And I think that for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, the only way he can keep the rooks on the board and have some chances is to do trades. And I think that knight x on b4 is happening here.
Yeah, it cannot be played now. So what is the continuation for Aydin? He is reaching for a piece. And we see knight e5 attacking the rook on c4.
He doesn't go for the trades.
Doesn't go for it.
That's a bit surprising.
But he has something concrete in mind. By the way, 8 minutes for Liam Le against 17 for Aydin Suleimanli here. But he has 3 only moves to play. So it's not too little time on the clock, as we can say. Not too big of a time pressure, but still time is ticking and you have to find the best moves. By the way, is there idea of stepping away with the rook to e2? Or what do you do? To c2, sorry.
Yeah, probably you have to do it. But I'm a bit puzzled about this choice. Okay, he goes for the activity here. But why don't you trade? That's what I don't understand. Like, what's the problem with the trade? So trade, play c6, here, play rook d4, offer trade, simplify the position. Like, I thought I would have played this like without thinking. But Dennis, yeah, this is why he's a better player. He goes for some dynamics.
That's why he's playing and we are commentating here.
Oh, ouch.
No, I said we. I said we.
Wait, I think I understand. Maybe he wants to play f4 and f3. He has a very concrete idea here. Get to the pawn on d3.
Ooh, and we have rook c3 on the board. That's why Vietnamese Grandmaster is going rook c3. He wants to defend the pawn on d3. So idea is he's stopping the f4 and f3 ideas in the position.
I just love these small nuances here very often, because when you're following like a game, you think, oh yeah, it's like your typical normal move. But when you start to understand what the players are doing, why they're doing, then it becomes very clear. And it's, from my experience, it's very hard to beat elite grandmasters because they're so resistant. Like, they always resist until the very end. And I remember my many encounters, like all kinds of time controls against Latvian legend Alexei Shirov. Yeah, so we played so many times against each other, and especially in extra time controls. Let's say I would quite a few times get a very close to winning position. They keep the game going. So always some practical problems, issues, etc. You try to convert it, it never works, and they escape in the very end. And Alexei was one of them, and that's why here you see also Lim Le is trying to resist as hard as he can. He identified the idea, black wants to play a 4f3, and he's making black's life a bit hard.
And while he is taking time right now to find the move, by the way, he has just played a move. He plays f4, he goes for the idea we've been discussing, and Lim Le has to fight and find the best move. We're going to a very short break, and after which we're going to have a very special guest. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action in a few minutes. Welcome back, dear viewers, to the fifth round of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival, and I'm happy to have with me Grandmaster Matthias Bliwab from Germany on his debut at the Biel Chess Festival, winning the Chess 960 portion, getting the highest tie breaks today, having an exciting game against Levon Aronian. Matthias, it's a pleasure to have you here. First of all, share us, how the game went for you. How are you satisfied with the result?
Yeah, I mean, ever since the Chess 960, I haven't been playing well, so I'm not too happy with the result. I wanted to try to fight for a win, like I tried to play an interesting opening, and position was very, very complicated. But then at some point, I felt like tides were already turning. Like I'm not sure where I should have played better, but there were just so many choices.
And one more question before going into the game. How is the tournament? I mean, you said that it's not such a great result, but do you enjoy the city of Biel? Like, do you enjoy the lake? What are you doing here? How overall do you love the atmosphere of the Biel Chess Festival?
No, I mean, of course, I very much enjoy being here for the first time. I've never been here. It's a very nice city. And yeah, I mean, in general, it's a great tournament. It's also lots of fun to play Rapid Classical and Blitz and also 960. So like everything is here. So it's a very interesting format. I really enjoy being here and being part of the tournament. But yeah, I'm just not happy with my performance. But the tournament itself is great.
It's not over yet. Tomorrow still Blitz. But let's dive into the game which you played today. And I would like to start from the very first moves. Because it looked like at the beginning you were going for exchange Slav. I mean, you can obviously just tell us what was happening in your preparation, in your mind, because this Bishop G5 was a surprise for us.
I mean, it's a rare sideline. I just wanted to get him out of book and also make him do some uncomfortable choices, because the main lines you can either play something with f6 with black, but of course, like if you didn't check this before the game, like nobody really wants to play f6 if you're not 100% sure, and some other lines with queen b6 and takes on b2, but also like if you didn't prepare it for the day, it's very tough to play. So. And I already beat Hari Krishna with this Bishop G5 like some years ago, so I had good memories.
We checked like in 2022 or something. We checked that game. He went for the knight f6 something, and
and then white is taking and just trying to play against a double pawn. Yeah, he went.
Was it also part of your candidate's preparation, or it was something that you prepared only for today?
I mean, no comment on that.
Okay, so h6 was played.
Yeah, h6, bishop h4, g6 is very interesting. I mean, normally bishop is not supposed to be on g7 in these structures, but he just wants to play bishop g7 and then knight f6, so he doesn't get the double pawn structure. That's the main point.
And also he's getting out of your preparation, or is it still part of your preparation, this g6?
No, that's not. That wasn't part of my preparation for today. I don't think it's particularly good. I mean, it's probably also kind of fine for black, but it's for sure not one of the cleanest ways for black.
Okay, what would be next, the critical moment?
I mean, for next few moves are quite clear. And yeah, I went for this f4. I'm not 100% sure I need to, but it felt very principled. Like if I get everything I want, I get lots of grip on the position, and I'll enjoy my position. So he played knight c6, and I thought h3 is like trying to go for the maximum, so he doesn't get bishop g4, because his bishop on c8 is kind of stupid, and if he doesn't get it out, he has some issues. So
and also bishop f5, you have g4.
Yeah, or bishop f5 I can take on f6, queen h5, like some pawn might be dropping. So, yeah, and here he spent loads of time, and then he went for knight b4 and knight e4, sacrificing a pawn, which is very interesting. Maybe not 100% correct, but I guess he didn't enjoy his position otherwise. So,
not out of good life. Decision came.
Yeah, I feel like he thought he's worse if he doesn't play this. So he wanted to try to make it more complicated.
Have you also looked at this g5? Have you seen it before coming?
I mean,
this queen a5 ideas.
I saw that the move is possible, but I thought I have so many options here that there should be something good. But yeah, I mean, he told me after the game he was most afraid of queen d2. Maybe that instead of fg5, maybe that was a better move. I also considered bishop f2. There were just so many moves I considered, but yeah, I guess here like I started, like it started fading away, because it takes bishop f2, e5.
Looks very logical.
It looks logical, but after e5 I mean, the main point is after a3 he has e takes d4, and like suddenly I might even be worse, because if I take on b4 he'll just take on e3, and like all my pieces will be loose, and he has so much counterplay.
Wow.
Like, of course, like from afar I thought a3, knight c6, d5, and I'm much better, but after e4 I probably won't enjoy my life.
Oh, crazy stuff. So knight e2.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to at least finally castle, like
finally finishing
develop
development.
the pieces.
Yeah, takes, rook e8, bishop f3. This felt kind of... I mean, I guess I have to go to f3 if bishop e1, queen e7, I'm in the spin. So bishop f3, bishop f5, castles, knight d3. Yeah, and I felt bishop g3 is trying to play for more. I guess maybe it's not the best move, but...
But it's tough. Yeah, all his pieces are just
no,
very
I mean,
active.
he has lots of compensation, yeah. Yeah, bishop g6 was good. Yeah, and okay, I thought I should protect my b2 pawn. I mean, I considered bishop b7 instead of queen d2, but then knight b2, queen d2, and knight c4, he just gets so much.
Sorry, one more time. Bishop b7, knight b2.
And if queen d2, he has knight c4, and like it's just too much play. Like his rook is trapped on a8, but he has too much play, I think. So when queen d2, queen e7, rook d1 looked natural, rook d8, yeah, and here, yeah, he's already threatening knight e5, and I kind of didn't like it coming. I mean, I originally wanted to just play king h1 or king h2, but knight e5 is coming, and I have to give up my bishop pair. And to be
You
honest,
don't want to?
yeah, like I mean, I'm up the pawn, but it's also not like this pawn is doing so much. So yeah, then I played queen c3, knight b4, and I already didn't see anything better than going back. I'm not sure what I can do here. Yeah, he went for knight c2. Also not necessary, but yeah, he gets my dark squared bishop, and I feel like in these positions it's always just completely fine.
Yeah, and then basically he threatened to trade everything and
Yeah, we just traded everything. So
repeated.
It was interesting at some point, but it turned out to be quite a boring end.
Well, it was exciting game for the first part. So far, we were looking, at all the games of the Masters Generation Challenge. It was the most exciting game, but then something else started to happen on the other boards. First of all,
Yeah.
your reaction to what happened in the game of Lim Le against Aydin Suleimani. Did you see this blunder, that he blundered this bishop f2?
I saw the queen on e5, and I was just like, wait, it cannot be. Like he cannot have blundered bishop f2. So I was just very confused at first. I mean, it just happens sometimes. Like sometimes you have a blind spot. I mean, obviously this is like some kind of puzzle rush tactic everybody finds in like a millisecond. But sometimes you just have a blind spot and
Just
yeah,
hallucinating something or just missing, and
yeah, it's rough.
So I would suggest to look at a few games right now, as we have. So we have Lim Le against Aydin Suleimanli, still ongoing. Still, Lim is fighting, and in this game. So what do you think about the chances of Vietnamese Grandmaster to hold? Is there any kind of hope in the position?
I guess chances are very slim. H5 is probably also a very good move. If G takes H5, he just wants to proceed with G4, and I think he might already just be like completely winning. I don't even see a defense because F pawn will be pushed. I mean, G3 is a threat with F2 coming, so I don't know what White is supposed to do after H5. I think it's just dead lost. Like the pieces on the queen side don't help at all, and yeah. No, I
Very
mean,
tough
I
position.
guess it was dead lost after bishop f2. He fought very, very well still, but yeah, I guess Suleimani played it well, and I think he will get the point.
And let's pull up the bird's eye view. Maybe just quick overview from your side on the Generations Challenge tournament. And generally, do you follow this event? Because all of you are playing, of course, on the stage. Do you follow, and what so far has amazed you about the event?
No, of course, I also follow it. I mean, I guess they have much more decisive games than we do in the classical part. So in that regard, I mean, like some days in our classical part, we had 3 not so interesting games, and in their section, all the games were interesting. So at least they provide entertainment and very interesting games.
So you can see right now the bird's eye view with all the games. So, could you just quickly assess what is happening on each of the boards?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Carissa is slightly worse. Black has the bishop pair, but shouldn't be all that much. Other games. Okay, yeah. It feels like Black is kind of pushing in all the games. I mean, apart from.
Yeah, something strange is happening. Yeah, Black is
I
pushing.
mean, it happens. Yeah.
Besides, yes won in this round. Okay, let's maybe quickly take a look on the game of Carissa against Václav, because he is pushing right now in this endgame, and just your ideas about the ways and plans for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's pushing because he has a bishop pair, but on the other hand, his pawn structure is awful. So it's actually not an easy position at all. It's hard to say what exactly are the plans. I mean, first of all, he just played bishop a4. I mean, there is a pawn on e4 technically hanging. I mean, we could at least consider taking it with white. knights are very clumsy on b3 and a5, so
Yeah, waiting for each other, defending each other.
yeah, I mean, so far they are defending still. Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure what happens after queen takes e4, if I'm honest. Like,
Let's make a move.
probably trading and entering with the rook. Like, I
Rook
mean,
d1, rook d3.
yeah, maybe rook d3 is actually the most annoying because knight doesn't have a good square. Maybe that is the issue he's
Ooh. Yeah, that's...
setting up. I mean, we still have some move like g4 if we're desperate in that position and trying to counterattack the knight. And if the
attacking the
knight
knight.
moves, we get the e3 square for the rook. So maybe it's still playable, but yeah, that's for sure his idea.
The line which you're talking is
rook d3 and-
attacking, and now here g4 attacking, knight is going away, and the rook is 3 defending.
Yeah.
Okay, definitely possible, but as you're mentioning, the leader of the tournament, Václav, so far scored so many victories and still leading the tournament. Important generation challenge. But of course, for you, so important to focus on tomorrow Blitz. You know, any kind of predictions about it, or what are you trying to focus on for tomorrow?
I mean, I feel like I need to score incredibly many points to even have a chance to qualify for the final, especially because Erdomush won today, so he's like in 4th place or whatever, but like he's like 3 points ahead of me, so I need to catch up 3 points to him, which will be quite a lot. So I mean, I'll just focus on my own play and try to score well and see what happens. I mean, Blitz is very much like depending on your form on that day, so maybe I'll get lucky and can put up a good score, but yeah, we'll see.
As we know, in Biel Chess Festival, anything is possible. So still tomorrow, the last round, which is last day, which is going to decide who is qualifying. And thank you so much, Matthias, for your time, for showing us a beautiful game, this opening variation, and best of luck for you tomorrow at the Blitz.
Sure, thank you.
And now, dear viewers, let's get an overview of the position. We see here Václav Finek against Carissa Yu. Václav with the black pieces is pushing at the queen side. Now, bishop a4 is a very nice find, as Matthias has already said, targeting the knight on b3. And those knights are defending each other. Knight on a5, defending the knight on b3. How are you going to proceed it? Will you take the pawn on e4? This is something what Matthias was suggesting. Take on e4 and then try to assess the position. But there are so many nasty ideas from black. And by the way, I have some castle here.
Ta-da!
Matthias and Arthur's castled. And happy to see you, Arthur's.
Yeah, welcome back, of course, everyone. It was really great to hear Matthias's thoughts. Briefly before the interview, I asked him, how do you feel about your game? He was like, okay, I tried something, but didn't quite work. But I think it was a high-level game.
It was indeed. We really loved the game till something else started to happen on the other board. Well, we kind of broke down this position in a short with Matthias. That point right now is Carissa thinking to take on e4, not to take. Because if she would take, there was this line with rook d3, as Matthias was pointing out. But there are two other games in the Generations Challenge which are right now exploding, I have a feeling. Alexandra Kostyanyuk against Tong Shao in the bottom middle board. Rook h8 has just been played. Black has extra pawn on the king side, extra pawn on the queen side, so it means 2 pawns for Tong Shao against Alexandra. I suggest to
12 seconds, by the way.
So I suggest to go there.
She's in a severe time scramble here, so down 2 pawns, having no compensation for it. Also, 1 move to make. So she just blitzed out rook e1. Tong Shao is in a bit better position, 7 minutes, and a clear winning chance.
But also you have to always be ready to play a move. For that reason, Alexandra cannot even take a moment to look away from the board. She has to be constantly there. She has to be constantly ready. How are you going to react to the next move? But do we see some sacrifices here possible? Rook g6, knight g6?
I was thinking about it. Is there room for this? Like one of them could be rook takes on g6, queen takes on g6, and then see what happens. The other idea is to play knight takes on g6 with queen takes on g6, and this is why I think that black is trying to figure things out.
What about knight f7? Knight f7,
Also,
another threat, so many ideas.
Also another move. But I think that we could maybe show it on the analysis board why this sacrifice did not happen before, right here. Because White could have sacrificed it right here. White had an opportunity to play either rook takes on g6 or knight takes on g6. I mean, knight takes on g6 I understand. I think there's going to be a check and potentially a mate.
Yeah, the problem is the weak back rank. So here you have to stop the checkmate with a queen e1. But then if you play queen e1, then you're going to lose just a knight. So instead of taking queen e1, but yeah, the knight is going to fall. You cannot capture the pawn on e6. It's a checkmate and down a piece. So you cannot do it. So what Alexandra is doing, she is trying.
What about rook g6?
Oh, rook g6.
You want to check?
Let's do.
Takes, queen g6, here. But it's the same idea, yeah, because there's no checks. There's no checks that
Not
are
a single
threatening.
check.
Like
Ooh.
here, it's still queen c1.
And checkmate is incoming. Wow.
That's why she did this. That's why she played rook e1. And now she's threatening rook g6 or knight f7 or knight g6 or whatever, because there's going to be no back rank mate.
There will be, for sure, no bank mate, as you're saying, Artus. So she's preparing for the sacrifice. Tong Shao now with 4 minutes on the clock. He has to make 2 more moves in this position. Will he be able to? What do you think? Will he
think
be
so.
able?
I think so, yeah. So there's a move queen b4, there's a move queen c2. Okay, maybe queen b4 is directly inviting rook takes on g6, but then again, you're not only hitting the queen, you're also hitting the rook on e1. Queen c2 maybe is the safer choice because you offer the queen trade, and you're also defending the pawn on g6 indirectly, meaning queen c2, rook g6, f takes on g6, queen g6 does not work because the queen on c2 defends it, part of my million arrows. That's what Tonsha is thinking about right now.
But after queen c2, maybe you have some queen g4 idea, still preparing some sacrifices, but maybe on f7 or queen d4.
Yeah, but I think there's always queen f5.
Actually, after queen c2, queen d4. I would love to create some discovered attacks.
That is a very good point. Yeah, if this knight leaves, suddenly the black king is going to feel a lot of heat. And maybe this is the reason why actually you want to play queen b4 here, stopping the idea to play queen d4, hitting the rook at e1. If there's a way for black to simplify, that's what Tonsha wants to find.
He does want to do it. He wants to find, but 3 minutes, 20 seconds right now for 2 more moves that have to be played. He has to be very precise, and I think he's ready to play a move. He goes knight e7. He's being very solid. He's defending the g6 square.
And here,
Ooh.
white goes for knight takes on f7, king takes on f7, and queen e6, and white is still down material. But to be honest, Angelique, I suggest maybe we go to the game of Limle against Aydin Suleimanlı because I think the game might finish right now.
Let's go immediately because the pawns are rolling
already
there.
Finished. There you go.
Just finished. We see resignation. The kings are standing. What a game by the Azerbaijani grandmaster, finding this tricky idea. But for Limle, such a disappointed Arthurs. How could he miss this idea with the bishop f7?
Well, I think it just proves one thing, Angelica, that even the best players in the world, they have their bad moments. And even though Limle was in such a great shape in this tournament, it just took one blunder, one mouse slip, as they say, at the critical moment, and it's over. Here, this was the last move. G2, what we did not see on the screen maybe was king f2, and here I think black has many ways to continue, but the simplest one is promote to a queen, here play f2, and then essentially black is putting another queen on the board.
And you can stop it. So it was very, very tough game for Limle. It's of course unfortunate to see him blundering like this, but I'm super happy for Aydin in this game. By the way, Arcturus, I don't want to say anything, but so far 3 out of 3 games predicted by me.
Let's change the subject.
I just realized because I have predicted a draw. In the so Masters, 3 out of 3. So now you have to score 3 out of 3 in the challengers.
I don't think it's possible, to be honest. Let's go to the overview and see what's the current status of all the other games, because the Masters games are officially over. As you can see, Angelica's predictions skills today were really spot on. As for me, well, I have to improve. Here we see Carissa Yip versus Václav Finek. You're discussing this with Matthias, right? So White has a bit some problems with the knight at a queen side. Then we have the top middle board where Alexandra Kostyuk decided to sacrifice a piece, but I don't see any compensation there. That's a lower middle board. And finally, Vaishali versus Marco Materia. It's just a probably a drawing position, but the Indian player maybe still has some practical chances.
Indeed, it is still possible, but all of the games have reached the move 40. It means the players got extra half an hour and extra increment with move 41. Absolutely stunning game so far in the Masters. We have all 3 games of the Masters section of Grandmaster Triathlon finished, but more to come on Generations Challenge, knowing that the games tend to end decisively. So dear viewers, don't go anywhere. We are going to take a very short break and we'll be back with the action at the Generations Challenge tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments.
Sie wollte Orasch höher im Markt positionieren und hat Partner gesucht für Werke.
The standard Swiss industry said, oh no, I don't want to work with you.
It's a high level of watchmaking and micromechanics.
Ich bin zwar Uhrmacher gelernt, aber man lernt in der Ausbildung nicht von null weg ein Uhrwerk zu bauen.
Noise began to build about this little company in Switzerland.
I would have told them, don't try this, it's never going to work.
At the end of the day, precision is the art.
Aber es muss besser als Swiss sein. Das ist nicht wegen Arroganz, das ist die Voraussetzung. Sonst überleben wir nicht.
we're back to you with the action from the Biel Chess Festival, the biggest festival in Switzerland, in the heart of it. We've had all the results in the Masters, Grandmaster Triathlon, but we still have action in Generations Challenge who tend to deliver some decisive results. And as we can see here in the bottom middle board, it is Tong Xiao who is taking on the former Women's World Champion Alexander Kostyuk, and we might see him scoring a very important victory there. What about the other games, Artus, that you can see? Carissa Yip against Václav Finek?
Yeah, so this is, I think, simplifying rapidly because maybe actually, I don't know, which game do you want to check first because there's massive trades also. I thought that Kostyuk's game versus Tong Xiao not continuing for long, but I'll follow your lead.
Let's go to Alexandra. I also have a feeling that we might have a game wrap up pretty soon, even though the players got extra time on the clock. So now 31st move, they're getting extra half an hour. There is also this 30 seconds increment that they're getting. But what I see is that there is an extra piece for Tong Xiao. Extra knight, of course, we can speculate because the king of black is open. There might be a potential attack from white. So that's why Tong Xiao has to watch out for any kind of perpetual checks opportunities. But also this a-pawn is just way too strong. What do you think, Artur?
Yeah, I think with the pawn on a5 standing, realistically, white has no hope here. But it's still a bit tricky. And I think that here the Chinese player has to find a way to simplify the position. And the first thing actually I thought, what about if I play knight f5? That's what I thought. You know, my knight is maybe a bit passive here. I play knight f5. I attack the knight, attack the rook here. But then I start to get a bit worried about this check. And I am not sure I like it because, well, knight e4 pins the knight. Maybe it's still good. But if I play queen d4, I saw that there could be issues with queen takes on a5, attacking the rook, and quite possibly black doesn't have the time to take on
But there
g3.
is rook a7 attacking the queen, and then we're picking up the g3 rook. Ah! Not yet.
Quite.
Not yet.
Not today.
Wow, that's how you can blunder easily. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like, you still need to be...
that's why I'm not playing.
Yeah, you still need to be accurate here. Actually,
But he played the move, by the way.
yeah, all right, let's go.
So he didn't go with a knight f5, he went with a knight g8. I think it's very smart choice because you're blocking all kind of the checks on the long diagonal with knight f6. Very smart by the Chinese Grandmaster. What is your take on it?
Yeah, it looks reasonable. So queen a1 check now will be knight f6, as you mentioned. I mean, it does pin the knight, but here it kind of protects the king. I think black can build some kind of a box around the king. And what else? Maybe you play something like queen e6, but the queen was on e6 already before, no? I think it was on e6 before.
But now you're attacking the pawn on g6, so knight f6 looks like a logical response. By the way, rook e8 is a threat in the position now because the queen and the rook are on the same file, on the e file. Have to watch out for it. And yeah, not so easy to see how to continue from here.
Yeah, the only hope for Kostyuk is to keep the queens on the board. As long as the queens are gone, the game is over. Or maybe trade the queens, but snatch the pawn. And perhaps go for some endgame. Let's say the best scenario for Kostyuk here is get the pawn on a5. If the queens are traded, fine. If the pair of rooks have traded, fine. But maybe you get some kind of a fortress, 2 pawns versus 1, rook versus a rook and the knight, and hope for something.
Artus, do you remember yesterday Alexandra was in pretty bad shape against Marco Materia. He was completely winning almost the whole game. And then at some moment she started to create these opportunities for herself. We might see something similar here. Do you think the advantage is just too big here for black, or is there still a possibility for white to stay in the game and find some ideas to equalize?
Well, normally the answer would be no, there's no hope.
if you
But-
play two engines.
Yeah,
I mean.
you play like an engine, you make no mistakes. But we already saw a couple of surprising twists today. We saw the unthinkable, for example, Limle blundering on the spot. The same also happened in Martinez's game. Okay, even though it was a pretty complicated position, the players might be tired because this is already the 5th round in a row. They can be pretty long days. They already played the Chess 960 tournament. They already played the Rapid tournament. Tomorrow they have to play the Bits tournament. And the format of the Biel Chess Festival, I think it's also for the players, it's quite demanding in terms of the energy. It extracts from you quite a lot. And I wouldn't really completely write down Alexander's chances here.
There are definitely chances. Artist, I would like to update on the game of Vaishali against Marco Materia because we see some updates there. Let's immediately go to that game because we have seen some exchanges on the board, and now Marco Materia is trying to calculate this pawn endgame. Can he take the rook? Can he not take? But I believe if he keeps the rooks on the board, this is just complete draw, theoretically and practically not so tough to do.
Yeah, I think it's a textbook draw, and to be honest, I see no reason why he would want to go for the pawn endgame here, because if you ask me, am I sure about this? No, I'm not sure.
Let's try to make some mistakes in the game. Let's try. It's not our rooks. It's not our position. Let's see how it goes.
So I know one position, which is with a. Let me just show you what position I know.
You can just make some moves and just.
Yeah, I know that this position is a draw. Now this I know. Yeah, because you build an opposition. Let's say you play King F3. I think there's even no accuracy. King F5, King E5. It's just a draw. It's just a draw. Yeah, like you cannot make any progress. Like the best you can do at some point is to push G4. Wait, okay, I missed King F4 obviously. Yeah. So, but this is a draw. So this is what I know. But what I do not know is what's happening before. Like these pawns are not fixed, and white could outmaneuver you. So I think from Marco's perspective, it just makes no sense to trade the rooks here if he cannot force a draw.
Yeah, because the problem is there's always going to be G4, and white will try to create the G passer, not the H passer. And we see he's stepping back with the rook to B6, so he's not allowing the trade of the rooks. And I'm not sure for how long will Vaishali try this endgame. She might try for quite some moves, but we all know the most likely outcome. You just have to blunder really badly because, as I know, the 4 against 3 is theoretical draw, but sometimes, I mean, there have been some games where people won this, like famously Magnus has been squeezing some very nice victories. 3 against 2 is even higher chance for the draw, but 2 against 1, I think it's almost 99.9% draw.
Well, yeah, I don't know the number, but sounds about right. Yeah, like it's a very big probability that this game is going to finish into a draw. So I think it will be also a good idea to roll back a bit now that we have plenty of time. And I don't think we have to replay the entire game. I mean, unfortunately, this game was left a bit in the shadow after the promising start because there was so much happening in the other games. But I see there was one mistake by white. If we go to this position, right here, this was moved 38. And I can presume that both players were kind of a bit in a time scramble. This is where Vaishali decided to push E5, which in the hindsight maybe was not the best idea. I think her idea was what happened here, takes, rook takes on G7, try to collect the pawn, but could it be that from afar she simply missed the move bishop 5?
It is possible. It is definitely possible.
Otherwise the pawn is gone. Like you can't defend it. H6 is rook H7. H5 is rook G5 check.
You know, and I'm recalling now the vibes from the first round where she was facing Tong Shao and she had absolutely winning position, winning chances. And then in the time trouble, yeah, she simply missed something. And this is what happened. Which move was it, by the way, with this bishop, with the bishop C5, bishop F5?
Yeah, so what happened?
It was before the time trouble.
Yeah, so this is already move 40, a bishop F5, rook A7. And I thought that here white's only hope maybe was to keep the bishops somehow on the board. but even this is probably just a draw. Yeah, and bishop e4. Okay, this was really accurate by the freshman. Look at this. Yeah, so right here, bishop e4, liquidate into a rook-king game, pinning the bishop, threatening bishop d3, threatening bishop g2. White has no choice. Watch out, bishop takes on g2, rook g3 check. And there's the bishop trade.
And the bishop trade is happening, definitely. By the way, meanwhile, we have the moves being blitzed out quickly. Rook a2, now trying to harass the pawns. So what are you doing? If you play g4, I can also target the h3 pawn with a rook a3. If you push it further, then you can already think about starting to give some checks to the king. And it might be a very easy draw.
I think at this stage, you need some help from your opponent, really. Like
to
maybe,
win it, yeah?
Yeah, like you try to apply a lot of pressure, play quickly, and hope that your opponent is going to hallucinate something, but I don't think there's anything to hallucinate. The fastest way, perhaps, for black to get a draw is to trade a pair of pawns. Maybe h5 could be interesting, but of course, white is going to reject it, walk past it. I would say something like rook a5, try to cut off the king, rook e5, rook a7, something. White couldn't make progress here with accurate play.
What do you think? Yeah, I want to say rook a3, but rook f2 is being played.
Like, yeah, this is, I think, the kind of position where there's many good moves.
By the way, very smart, because if you play rook f3, the king cannot go forward because you're just going to win the h2 pawn with a rook h2. That was a very smart by Marco. And now he's going back, because if king now comes forward, again, the same idea, rook f2 check.
Yeah, maybe, okay, h4. I thought actually about king h4. You could also see that Vaishali is not really spending a lot of time here. She knows this is a draw.
Rook a4 probably has to stop the king coming to f4.
So the idea could be a check here, check, here.
But rook is
check.
Rook can also stop, yeah?
Yeah,
Rook
like that's
a5.
what I want to do, rook e5.
So maybe immediately to go with a rook a4, stopping king f4.
Okay, 4 makes sense to meet king f3 with h5.
Because the problem is the pawn on h4 will be under attack.
That is pretty clean, and that's what's happening on the board.
Yeah, we might see a handshake very soon in this position. I think also Vaishali understands. She doesn't have any ambitions here any longer, but it's so tough whenever you played such a nice opening, outplaying your opening. I mean, do you remember this? I mean, how Marco was struggling all the way back there, getting this completely winning, I mean, not completely winning, but huge advantage in the end game. Yeah, at the end, unfortunate for her. Yeah, we see even with body language, she's like looking at it, she's like, yeah, I understand. It's going to be a draw. So we have king f3 last try, but here he will have to find a very good move. Not to allow rook e4, not to allow any kind of business h5 strike, because h4 is hanging.
Yeah, so yeah, this is like super accurate, but ultimately I don't think it even matters.
Rook a4 he played, so he allows the rook e4. But maybe what you can do, you can give a check on a3 and play rook h3, attacking the pawn.
Yep. You can try to do that. Let me draw some arrows. Rook a3, king f4, rook h3, h5, king f6.
Yeah, and you don't have any progress here.
It's also a question to Vaishali. I mean, how long do you want to continue this? Because like there's an unwritten rule: never agree to a draw from a position of strength. And like, okay, I think here White at least kind of projects some strength. She has an extra pawn, but at the same time, you don't want to really waste your energy because it's a long tournament, and tomorrow there's going to be the Blitz tournament with 10 rounds, and you want to save some of the energy for tomorrow. So I would say like the good practice in those positions, let's say in this position she has, for example, rook and knight versus rook, or rook and bishop versus rook, you play your fair share of number of moves to make sure that the opponent is not completely going crazy. Let's say move 20 moves or something like that, and then you just offer a draw. But I don't think like it makes sense to push 50 moves, but yeah, it depends on the player.
So rook is stepping backwards. I would like to keep maybe on a couple of moves in this position, because I think Vaishali will play very quickly. We might see a draw very soon here, because we have also action on the other games right now which are happening.
Yeah, we probably have to go there, right?
Yeah, no? Let's take a look. I think Alexandra Kosteniuk against Tong Shao. Let's see. Let's update on that one. Or will we see the final moves in this one? Yeah.
Let's take it for a while and see what's happening. But it doesn't look like Vaishali is ready yet to call this game done. The players are playing it pretty quickly. All right, let's select another game. Maybe
Let's go to Ali.
which
You want to Carissa against Václav?
Yeah, I thought that Carissa's game is pretty interesting as well.
Okay, sure. Let's go there.
All right. This is the current position.
Okay, we were talking about that there were some trades on the E file, and now Carissa played for this queen E7 move. Now queen on C4 is also under attack. She's trying to be very active here in this game. By the way, B4 pawn is defended, but black has some issues with the pawns.
And again, there were a couple of moves, and I think we saw this position. I'm going to pull back like 5 moves, where black made a pretty big choice. It was right here. Right here. White played bishop a7, and the black committed to bishop takes on b3, which our dearest friend called Stockfish quite doesn't like it. To be honest, I don't see like a major difference what's happening here, but I think what happened is that he felt like, also this is what Matthias said in your interview, that black has just too fractured pawn structure to call for anything real. And here black went for this very nice shot, e3, tried to simplify the position a bit, and after bishop e3, knight takes on e3. What happens after f takes on e3?
F takes
Why
on E3.
not like this?
Is there bishop c3 attacking the rook and b4 pawn?
Yeah, actually, you're completely right. Yeah, bishop c3. So that's why queen e3, queen c4. Now the pawn on c4 is hit. And queen e7, rook f8. Okay, it looks pretty human to me. Maybe black would have done something a bit more aggressive. Cannot really criticize it. Yeah, but that's how they got here.
Yeah, this is the current position, and we see that black has more pawn islands. We were discussing this story. There is a pawn on a6, pawn on c7. There are 2 pawns on the king side. While for white, it is a bit more easier that there are top pawn islands, and the pawn on b4, by the way, it's just stopping both c7 and a6 pawns in this position. So it feels like it's stopping 2 pawns, very good pawn, but the question is how are you going to improve here? And also black has a bishop. Bishop against the knight being a bit more active, but also pinned. I mean, how do you evaluate this position? We see computer says it's draw, you know, it's equal, but is it really so easy?
I think that Finnick is making the right choice. You want to get the queens off the board, because if you do this, you get the queens out, then you trade one of the pawns here, and you have an outside pass pawn, which is backed by a bishop. I think it's a very reasonable idea. So, by the way, queen f7 comes with a double attack, hitting the queen and the pawn. So does Carissa trade it, or she plays queen c5? How about, I don't think she's ambitious here. Yeah, I think you have to trade.
Yeah, and comparing this trade,
She doesn't.
She is ambitious.
She doesn't.
Carissa is ambitious, so she plays queen c5. Now rook e7 is a threat in the position, attacking the queen. Pawn on c7 is under attack. a6 pawn is also not feeling so comfortable on the queen side. What do you think about this, Arturs? Are there chances?
Yeah, I mean, I try to understand why she didn't trade the queens. Maybe she felt that this endgame is not so good. Like takes, and let's say knight something. Where do you put the knight actually? Let's say knight e4. Yeah, cannot be a mistake. Rook e7 doesn't work because of knight g5 clearly. I want to put the knight on c5. But probably she looked at this like here, and she felt that the pawn on b4 is a liability. You play knight c5, black can play like a5.
Yeah, you have to watch out for all those breaks, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the reason why she felt that, okay, it's going to be easier with the queens on the board. By the way, rook e8 is on the board.
Rook e8 stopping rook e7, also offering a trade of the rooks. Can I just take it and then take on c7, or there'll be queen e1, knight f1. What is happening there?
Yeah, that's what black wants.
Oh, okay.
I don't think this is such a dead draw as the engine
No.
suggests, because this pawn is moving forward. Okay, maybe because of the pinned bishop, black doesn't really have any real chances, but if you get the queens off the board, if somebody's playing for the win, it's only black.
I fully agree. It's definitely black, but yeah, Carissa still has a chance not to trade and just stepping away. What about rook c1, by the way? Just targeting the c7 square.
Yeah, and I could play maybe bishop e5.
And now we can see, do we play knight f3, targeting the bishop, or knight c4? We play so many moves and computer always shows it's all equal.
Yeah,
I just love it.
Yeah, because there's a big reserve of opportunities for both players. I think that one of them really has to do something terribly wrong for the relation to change. Most likely, these queenside pawns, they will be traded. And if everything is going to go as it's been going in this game, then the most likely outcome of this game is going to be a draw. What was your prediction, actually, about this game?
It was a draw. I think we predicted, both of us predicted
We
a
said
draw.
it's a draw, yeah? So I have to score some points as well.
Yeah, you have to. But the game which most likely not will finish in a draw is the game of Alexandra Kosniuk against Tong Shao. Arthur, I suggest to go immediately there and
Let's
see
go.
which updates we have from the game. We had this knight g8, knight f8, very nice maneuver. Knight f6, a maneuver from Tong Shao. But Alexandra is still not giving up. She is not resigning. She's keep on resisting, keep on trying to find some opportunities because black's king is open. So you have to always watch out for all kinds of checks. But rook e7 offering a trade. Can you stop the trading of the rook, playing something like rook c1?
Rook c1. I was thinking that queen d5 is a bit unpleasant. I mean, on top of that, you're down a piece, if we can call it unpleasant. If you move the rook, there's going to be a checkmate. If you play king g2, I can simplify the position quite a bit. So there's this. And if I try to play rook d1, is there some really fast way to wrap up? Maybe this is an idea.
Yeah, and create some checkmate ideas. So very tough for Alexandra.
Yeah, I don't see this game continuing for very long. Of course, I feel for Alexandra. She's a bit unhappy. Maybe all of this, like, okay, yesterday she managed to escape. It was a very, very tense game. But this missed victory against Vaishali, it's somewhere in the mind. You know, you can't really forget it because 2 rounds ago, there's the rook trade, by the way. 2 rounds ago, she played a beautiful game against World Championship challenger Vaishali. She messed it up, missed the trefoil repetition at the very end. And yeah, after such a game, it's so difficult to recover.
But yesterday she managed to hold to a draw against Marco Materia. So it was really stunning result by her because we already saw that Marco is so much winning. But there she found it. So she still wants to keep on fighting. Now trading the rooks. Queen a1, trying to pin that knight, trying to make that knight not meaningful. And unfortunately, it's too difficult to do so. Because for sure, at some moment, there is some queen e5, there is rook e5. You will always unpin in this position.
Yeah, like queen e6 is a move as well. Queen e5, as you said. Yeah, I think queen e5 is actually the cleanest.
Also queen e4. Queen e4 is the way to lose.
That you found something there, yeah. But okay, queen e5 is there.
And on the board.
And I'm pretty sure queen e4 is going to be the next move. No matter what Alexandra is going to do, queen e4 is incoming. You trade the queens, all hope fades for white. You don't trade the queens, you play queen e4, hit the rook at f3, threaten with a checkmate. I think we're seeing like the last 1 or 2 moves in this game.
Yeah, we see it. Queen e5 is on the board. Alexandra just has to accept it. Unfortunately, the game didn't go her way. Although in the opening it was quite impressive game that they played. Queen c1, of course, she doesn't want to trade the queens. She wants to keep them on the board. By the way, here, can you already push a4? Can you already just try to create more and more dangerous passer, or play queen e4, some check on f7?
I think, yeah, you can do that, but now I notice there's queen c7 check. And if you play king h6, white walks back.
Yeah, you have to watch out. It's not so easy.
I mean,
Maybe just a4? Maybe push the pawn?
yeah. Like, a4 is good. I just want to wrap up the game as quickly as possible. Force some trades. That's why I'm looking at this queen d5. Is a4 good? Of course. Yeah, it's a great move.
Also, what maybe Tong Xiao can do is trying to put some pressure on the f2 square by trading the rook. So rook f5, something like this. And then knight g4 is coming.
Also good.
Yeah, so many good ideas.
Yeah, like I think Alexandra could play like rook c3, rook c7, try to seek some counterplay. But like I think if I was sitting here with black, I would probably lean towards queen d5 because it's a centralizing move. It protects and connects everything. Let's say queen check, knight d7, queen check, knight e5, queen check, and where's my beautiful victory?
There should be some victory.
So once again, let's maybe show it on the analysis board. Like there's definitely many, many winning ideas here. So let's start with queen d5. Check. Here. Check. Here. That's what I want to do.
He's aiming for the move.
Yep.
He's going for the move.
He does play queen d5. All right.
Queen
So let's
d5
go back
on
to
the
the current
board.
position. This is the current position. So queen d5, queen
So
c7, knight e7, knight e5. It should be a forced win, yeah, obviously. And then you put the knight at f7 and hide a king on h7. I think I see it. Yeah. So the game could finish with knight f7, queen c3, knight e5, queen c7, knight f7, queen c3, king h7.
oh.
No?
Oh, we see king
Something else.
g8 on the board, stepping away. So what's the idea how to give a check?
Queen c8 probably is going to happen.
Queen c8 makes perfect sense. And then what?
King h7 and knight d7. That's what he wants to do. So he wants to put king on h7 and knight
so
d7.
there are no checks.
Just avoid the checks. Yeah, it's very, very clean. I love it. You know, one would have thought that the younger players here, they're sometimes not very accurate when it comes to the converting. This is the thing we would often see between the younger generation. I was so impressed by Shaw, also how Marco Materia was converting his advantages. Okay, yesterday he slipped against Alexandra Kostanyuk, but overall, world-class players.
King h7 is on the board, so I think Alexandra already sees this idea. After she will check on a7 or c7, there will be knight d7 stopping it.
Yeah,
You
and
might
then,
also see the resignation.
and then that's it. The rook has to move, or the king has to move, and there's going to be massive trades. Queen f4, no, queen f4 is rook f5. Like, that's the problem. Okay, queen c7.
Queen c7 giving a check now. Knight e7 we expect blocking. And look at he's watching Alexandra. He's like playing the move very slowly. He's showing, yeah, I'm winning.
Just enjoying. I don't know, actually, you know, sometimes when I'm in these situations, like from one side, I kind of want the game to continue. Oh, sorry, the game to finish and get the full point.
And look at this, g4 has just been played.
Yeah.
Now queen.
It's winning it's just a forced checkmate. It's a
checkmate in 2 now in the position. Resignation by Alexandra. What a tough loss for her. But for Tong Xiao, incredible victory that she scores and gets higher on the leaderboard, which is super important. Generations Talent Challenger to stay in the top 4 to qualify for the finals. Does it mean it's over for Alexandra? We are not sure, because tomorrow there'll be still blitz and she can still take her chances there and get higher and get qualified for the final stage of the Generations Challenge.
And as you can see, the players are discussing the game, but let's check, maybe also another game is about to wrap up, because Vaishali versus Marco Materia, I don't really see any other opportunities here for white. You see the rook on g5 stands. White could attack with rook. I expect a draw by any second.
Yeah, we're going to see it definitely. Now Vaishali's turn. She is trying to play. I mean, there is no way to give some checks or checkmates. I mean, you can give some checks, but king will go king h8, king h7.
Sure.
So
Yeah, that's
will
pretty
be no
easy.
problem.
You can look. You can see there's the Constantinos stare of Vaishali. She's look at that opponent. Like, why are you not making mistakes? Why are you not making
Which
mistakes?
Constantinos?
I invented the word, yeah. Not Constantinos, but what's the word actually?
Constant.
Constant. No, not constant. Continuous.
Continuous or constant? There are two different.
It's a very difficult word.
Yeah.
Continuous.
But there are two different and you united together. Constant and continuous.
No, I mean, today I already invented a couple of other words. Yeah. So.
I think watching the action that we have in Biel, for sure, we're going to invent all kind of words we can do. So yeah, king h7 has been played.
King h7 should be any moment now. No, king f7.
Still trying.
She wants to play. Wait. I'm going to show what she wanted to do. It was actually a pretty cool idea. So they're repeating the moves now. Pardon me. So, okay, let's maybe follow it. I'm going to show it a bit later. She wanted to go for a checkmate idea.
She wanted to try to checkmate.
There was one funny idea that white wanted to try.
Rook goes back to g5.
Yeah. Okay, the player's playing it out very quickly here. And no more tricks for white to try. She did find one trick, though.
One trickery.
Yeah, but I think this trick was not even working. Yeah. So very quickly, I'm going to show. I think it was here. So right here, 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 here. The point is, if you play king h8, I thought that maybe there's a room for something like this. Threaten to take it, and try to play rook g6. But to be honest, even here, you play king h7.
Yeah, or you give some checks to the king.
Doesn't matter at this stage. Yeah. Like I thought I found something, but there's nothing there.
Yeah, there is not much.
The other game, Carissa Yip versus Václav Fedek, is pretty equal. We're definitely going to go to that game in a moment, but we simply expect this game to wrap up.
Yeah, for Vaishali, there are no real chances. They already repeated for quite some time the position, giving a check, giving check, stepping back.
Feels tough for her. I think she played overall a great opening today, like had excellent winning chances. But this one early move, a4, we didn't really cover it during the broadcast, but she made one small slip. And then the young Frenchman was really good at his defensive choices.
He was defending very well. Vaishali, of course, had this opportunity, and it's already not the first time that she's missing out on it. First round against Tong Xiao, he had absolutely winning position, and yeah, what a tough game for her, because those 4 points would be so needed to stay still in content for the final stage. And we have king f7. There's going to be a repetition. So rook g7.
G7 doesn't change
Yeah,
much.
so this is a repetition. What we see, king e8, and now rook is checking.
Rook check.
Now we might see king e7, and it will be a twofold repetition in that game. But I suggest to update on the game of Carissa against Václav, because there has been some changes now
Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna check that
But,
in a moment. Yeah.
but yeah, let's head on a very short break because we are having a special guest with us in the studio in a few moments. Dear viewers, don't go anywhere because we're going to interview someone special. I'm happy to be joined by Grandmaster Tong Xiao after impressive victory against Grandmaster Alexandra Kostniuk, the former women's world champion. Xiao, I mean, please share with us, first of all, your emotions after winning the game. How do you feel?
Yeah, first I think I'm very happy to uh, be the world
Champion.
women former champion, and I think in this game, I think in the opening I didn't play very well, and I think maybe she just overlooked knight a4 to take the pawn, and maybe in the last I think she never got any chance. Yeah, I
So
don't
let's
know.
start, let's dive in into the game. So we can start from the opening. So at which moment was it?
Here is my preparation, and I just prepared short castle. And
So in this moment?
Yeah, and then such as e6 or g6, I don't know, but I think it's equal, and I just didn't prepare d4, so I just make a long thinking, and
You decided to go for the isolated queen's pawn?
yeah, it's an isolated pawn, and I it's a little bit difficult to choose such as bishop e6 or bishop g4, and and after take, I think I got some advantage, but I don't know. Then rook d8, then
So what would be
castle.
next critical moment?
A4, I just thought maybe before bishop e6, I thought a4, and I don't know about a5 or just e6, and then a5, knight c4. I'm not very sure about that. And a5, queen b3, then knight b4. Yeah, and then knight 4, e6, knight b5. And here is a very critical moment because after bishop e7, I saw she can play queen g3, then g6, and then she got a very brilliant move by knight h5. Yeah,
Wow.
I'm not very sure about this position because if you take, I got knight c7, got a mate.
Ah,
Yeah,
wow.
and
So
knight
nice.
h5 maybe when I got short castle, maybe she can play bishop h6, then queen e5, and
Yeah, queen
like
e5,
knight e4 right now.
knight e4, knight c4.
Yeah, knight a4
Ah, knight a4, sorry.
to take the pawn, and bishop f8, and rook f8, then queen e5, I thought, and f6, and queen e2 back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy line.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she is he got clearly better, I think. And, or knight 5, I thought maybe I can just play f6 to keep my king well, and I don't know. It's a little bit complicated.
But she didn't go for it.
Yeah, she just overlooked knight 4. Yeah,
Aw.
so I think it's very lucky for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, then knight c3, then b5. Yeah, I think when I take the pawn, I think I got some chance.
But then you're also continuing squeezing on the advantage, or
Yeah, I just want to make simple because she can play h5 to sacrifice the knight or and also something. So I just want to. Oh, here I found a very funny puzzle by a3. Then if she takes my pawn, I can play knight c3. Then rook d2. I got knight e4.
wow, some puzzle rush puzzle.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, so if we go back, so here a3 you played. She played bishop c1, trying to defend.
Yeah, I think now it's very clear for me.
Here, try to simplify it, but
Yeah.
she always tried to put some pressure on the king side. So bishop
Yeah.
f6. What is the next critical moment, or was it all clear here?
Yeah, actually, queen b3, I think I play very fast. And I just didn't see rook a1 to then rook a3, but
But you're
I think-
defending.
yeah, I think it's okay for me. Also okay, because I think right now she cannot do any attack, and I think
But then let's move to the moment where she did try to attack. So she traded the pawns, and then she brought the pieces to
yeah. Now I just want to play fast because now
the.
I
It was
think
also
it's
move 33.
33 moves. Yeah, she got only 2 minutes, so I just want to
You
play
play on
very
the
fast.
time.
Yeah.
But she found this idea to try to sacrifice a knight. Have
Yeah.
you calculated it?
I just want to simplify, and I don't know. I think I can defend very well because I got very adequate time. So
By the way, just shortly mentioning, there have been already results as mentioned earlier. We were expecting Vaishali against Marco Materia finishing a draw, as well as Carissa Yip against Václav Finik just finishing a draw. So last 2 games. Your games is the only one which is decisive in this
Yeah.
round. And okay, so here she sacrificed a knight,
Yeah.
but it felt like okay, there could be some ideas for her to create perpetual, but you
yeah,
defended
but
perfectly.
it's in second time control, so I think she's hopeless. I think.
Yeah, and at the very end, you found this very nice idea. I
Yeah.
think here
Just
with
trade all the pieces and
with the king g8 stepping
Yeah.
away and then knight d7.
then I
and
found a mate.
okay, and here the mate. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's make it on the board so everyone can see. Yeah, very beautiful
Yeah.
game. I mean,
And it's my first win in the standard control. Yeah.
it is
it's
very important to
lucky.
score, even if it's the final round. It's
Yeah.
important to score because now you're getting higher on the leaderboard and get more chances before Blitz because you would
Yeah.
like to qualify for the final stage.
Yeah, and I think I just raised too much confidence after this game. Yeah.
So everyone has to be worried now. But the final question before I let you go, Xiao, please share with us, it's your first time here in Biel. Is it your first time in Switzerland?
No,
And how are
second-
you?
second time, yeah.
And how are you enjoying it here?
Yeah, I think every game I enjoy very well, and although I play not very well in previous 4 standard games, but I think I got a little bit confidence after maybe yesterday's game because I played high accuracy, so I think I got much confidence, and I think I can play well.
Yeah, and you also managed to defend so many positions early in the game. So,
Yeah.
shout one more time, huge congratulations for
Thank
this
you.
important victory in the final round, and best of luck for you tomorrow in the Blitz portion for the Grandmaster Triathlon to qualify for the final stage.
Thank you very much.
And now, dear viewers, let's take a look at the results of the final round 5 of the round robin, because we have all the games wrapped up for today. In the Masters, we had, of course, one of the most exciting games, Matthias Blübaum against Levon Aronian, finishing in a draw, but it was absolute roller coaster there because Levon Aronian was sacrificing a pawn. But we have other 2 decisive results, because usually in the Masters it was not so decisive in the previous round, but it was the final round which decides so much. Jezer Dogmush winning against Jose Martinez in a classy fashion. Liam Le has to suffer a loss against Aydin Suleiman Lee in the crazy position. By the way, I have my partner in crime back, Arturito, are you here?
I'm here. I'm here. Yeah,
Yes, who's
so
back?
I'm so excited about today because, that's how it works in the tournament. Sometimes you have a quieter day, like yesterday. The players are trying to conserve energy for the critical stages, and today it's a very, very nice way to say goodbye to the classical portion. Of course, we are going to still have more classical games in the final stage, but what a way to wrap up at least the round robin of the classical tournament in both Masters and Challengers. And I already know which is going to be my game of the day for the weekend.
I'm thinking it's Jezer Dogmush against Jose Martinez.
How did you know?
Because you interviewed him, that's why. But here are the standings. The round 5 was so important for the overall standings, because what we can see, Arthurs, in the Master is that 16.5 points, Levon Aronian still leading the tournament, but it's Aydin Suleiman Lee just half a point behind him. 1 point behind Aydin is Lim Le, the former leader of the tournament. Now he has to try to score more points in the Blitz to stay in the finals. Jezer Dogmush is still in the striking distance in the top 4 right now with 13 points, but with the 10 points is Matthias Blübaum. If he does well in the Blitz, I can see him going all the way up to the leaderboard and to this final stage. For Jose Martinez, it's going to be a must really to perform well tomorrow to stay in the game. So we'll unfortunately have to say bye-bye to 2 of these players tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you have such a great field, some of them have to leave. So like you said, for Jose, he's going to have to show up tomorrow for the Blitz tournament and perform really well. When we look at the standings of the Generation Challenge tournament, we see Václav Finek is still perfect with 20.5 points ahead of Marco Materia, Xiaotong, who are trailing him by 3.5 points. But I think also Carissa Yip has to be, together with Alexandra Kostnik, they have to be a bit careful because they are now trailing effectively 10.5 points behind the leader. And again, tomorrow there's the Blitz tournament, but if they lose 2 more points to the tournament leader, they might not make it to the final stage.
And Vaishali Ramajbabu in the last spot with the 6.5 points. So even if she wins all her games tomorrow, she will get 16.5 points, which will be just half a point below Xiaotong and Marco Materia. So there might be not even a chance. But as we know, if something can happen, it definitely can happen here at the Biel Chess Festival. So it was really exciting final round of the classical portion. I mean, Artus, how would you summarize today and overall the classical portion that we've had so far?
Thunderstorm over the board. That's what it felt, because it's not in the game where you would have thought, because Matthias Blubaum versus Levon Aronian, it started off with some fireworks, with a very interesting opening idea from the German Grandmaster, and then things just went completely off the rails, like this blunder from Lemle. Also, then Erdomush came up with probably the combination of the tournament so far, and it was really fun to follow it.
Absolutely. Very exciting battles. And tomorrow the players will have to prove what they were in the Blitz portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon for both Masters and Generations Challenge. There will be also open Blitz tournament where everyone will be able to participate. So super excited for tomorrow. So dear viewers, enjoy your evening. By the way, there will be a FIFA World Cup match for the third place between France and England. Who are you rooting for, Artus?
I was not even aware there's a match for the third place, to be honest. I thought they just played for the World Cup. No, but you're right, there is a match. So I don't really know. I hope that they're going to play some good football match, score a lot of goals, make it entertaining for them, for the fans, and just have a great evening.
Absolutely. Have a great evening. Enjoy the match, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same place at the same time, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the Blitz portion of Grandmaster Triathlon. See you tomorrow.